What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is
and it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harrison!
Tops to win it. Tops to win it with some panache.
Step across.
He's showing the fourth-way corner here.
Heneghan extends this match a little longer. Oh, this would be exceptional. What a way this would be to win it. Colley gets the job done with a 170.
He's showing the match.
Controls it. The 147 for Andy. Double 18's the shot. Went for the bullseye, found the bullseye, so tops. Oh, what a shot out of 147.
For the match.
He's showing the
And
match.
the streak is broken. Mike Huntley.
Well, it is a Champions Week littered with big names, and somebody is looking to join that elite cast on this Saturday night. The Live Lounge is a hive of activity as they look to see who the fifth name through to Champions Week is going to be. We're live on Pluto TV from Portsmouth for the finals of week number 5 of Series 11. Well, welcome along to the action here from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. That trophy is what is up for grabs this evening, and a place through to a Champions Week which has already got big names booking their passage through to week 13. Alongside me here in the studio, two people with 10 world titles between them. Trina, admittedly, is doing a lot of the heavy lifting. Matthew Edgar is one of the odd bit here or there in his career. Great to see you both, and it's been a good week, hasn't it, so far?
It has, and we sat here a week ago actually, and we looked at the lineup and we said, what do we expect to see? And I think our assessment was very tight. We didn't really see a favourite. We didn't really see someone running away with this. And I think we've seen that pattern throughout the week. When we look at all the groups, they've all pretty much come down to the last couple of games, and by the finest of margins.
I suppose unpredictability is probably the best way of describing the week so far.
That's exactly what it's been like. It's been a battle all the way through, and so close all the way through in each group. So yeah, it's been unpredictable.
Well, it's been an intriguing week, that is for sure. But we've got 6 players into tonight's final, and these are the 6 we're going to be watching. Carl Sneyd snuck his way through a very tight Group A to secure his Saturday showdown spot, while the Bomber caused an explosion in week 5. No one has played in more finals nights than Heneghan, who returns to Saturday number 11. But will it be heaven and secure a Champions Week berth? Colley found his A game when it really mattered in qualifying for tonight's final. With plenty of experience on the Live Lounge stage, will he double his Super Series trophy tally tonight? Justin Smith returns to his 5th consecutive finals night. Following a steady performance this week, will it be the Bearded Dragon who lists his 2nd Super Series title? Andy Hamilton survived a couple of close calls this week, but returns for another Saturday stint. Will weekly final number 9 be mighty fine for the Hammer? Michael Huntley returns to his 2nd tilt at finals night. He qualified with little fuss through Group C. Will he hunt down the week 5 title? Should be some night ahead of us here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. When you look at the 6 involved this evening, Trina, on paper it just looks so tight, doesn't it?
It does, and I think it's hard to look at that and pick a winner. I mean, it's been so tight all week and I don't think tonight's going to be any different.
Who would you say has kind of stood out from everybody this week so far?
I don't think there's really been a standout consistently across the board. I think before a dart was thrown, we looked at this last week, we said Carl Sneyd was the value, and he certainly came through that Group A, very tight group, but there's moments, there's flashes. I go back to that performance of Colley when he needed it the most. 4-0 win, 3 big ton plus checkouts, winning the match with a 170. And he's not the only person who's done that. Andy Hamilton's back was to the wall. He came out swinging. And I think that's the interesting part here, that when people have needed to produce, they have. Is there anyone who consistently stands out? I don't think so.
And I suppose Group A, right at the beginning of the week, kind of gave us those early illustrations that that was going to be the case, as Robbie Dove discusses in a bit more detail.
Well, Andy Hamilton started Group A the strongest of the lot, securing 3 wins from his first 3 matches, all with an average in the high 80s. He would, however, go on to lose his next 2 games, including facing a 103 average from Carl Sneyd to finish the day on 6 points. No less than 3 other players ended Monday on 6 points, with Joe Croft, Andy Hamilton, Lorenzo Pronk and Carl Sneyd joint at the top of the table, with Sneyd going into Tuesday as the table topper by the small matter of 1 leg. A less than impressive Tuesday for Andy Hamilton saw him lose all 5 of his games, with David Fathom being the surprise package of the day, picking up 8 points despite a slow start to the week. Joe Croft also had an impressive Tuesday, registering the highest average of the day and winning 3 games. Lorenzo Pronk was the other player who picked up 6 points on Tuesday, which gave him and Croft joint top spots coming into Wednesday's play, with 3 players joint on 10 points behind them. It was all to play for on Wednesday, but that didn't stop the camaraderie between the players, who surprised referee Owen Binks with a birthday cake on his special day. But when it got down to the serious business, the players simply could not be separated. When Lorenzo Pronk got the better of Joe Croft in Game 11, 5 players were on 14 points and 1 on 12, with Ricardo Ulreich playing to possibly put all players on 14 points, thus guaranteeing that the group would be won on 16 points, something that has never happened before. But it was Carl Sneyd who spoiled the party by getting the better of Ricardo Ulreich. After 42 games, we finally had our first insight as to who may actually win one of the tightest Group A campaigns in Modus Super Series history. And Sneyd was able to seal the deal with a 4-0 victory over Andy Hamilton. A memorable, tight and competitive Group A campaign ended with just 4 points separating the top 5.
Well, just about Carl Sneyd crossed the line in Group A. This is how he did it. 18 points was good enough. Joe Croft and David Fathom with 16 points respectively. And as you can see, Ricardo Ulreich finished bottom of that group despite picking 12 points to his name. And look, not often do we see a Group 1 on 18 points. It could have been one on 16 points, but you've seen a lot of Group A's in the past. Is that as competitive a group top to toe as you've seen here?
From my personal sort of experience, I don't think I've ever seen a group win on 18 points in the amount of times I've been coming down in nearly 3 years now at the Super Series. Carl Sneyd getting on top of a very tight group. But what's interesting there is taking a look at Joe Croft. He's probably gone home and he's probably felt quite disappointed in what's happened here. Just missing out in regards to winning that Group A and having a couple of days off. Was top overnight in his Group B campaign. Ended up not even getting through.
Carl Sneyd won that particular group. In your opinion, Trina, what did he do so well, particularly on Wednesday, to get him over the line?
He was a bit more consistent and took out some big shots at the right time, and his timing was it was all about timing for him on Wednesday.
Well, he did time his run to perfection in Group A. He got the luxury of a couple of days off on Thursday and Friday, which is where we saw Group C and Group B begin. And Group C was won in the end by Andy Hamilton. Michael Huntley got the second position through. And in terms of Andy Hamilton, Matt, it's not the first time he's done this. Group A not go to plan, but able to reset. What did you see from him in that particular group which stood out in your opinion?
He's a fighter, isn't he, Andy Hamilton? Grit, determination, never quit. And he's had that throughout his entirety of his career. But he had some real quality, some big finishes, timing's perfection. He came out with the attitude of, I just need to win all my games. And sometimes at the Super Series, what you can do is you can give yourself point tallies. I think that's what happened with Brandon Walsh. In the back of his mind, he went into that second day thinking, I need a couple of wins to get myself through this. Won his first match. He won 5 from his first 6 games. And then you sort of do a mini task within the task, end up losing his next 4 matches. But we've sort of sold this evening on how tight things are. And that table really did back it up. It's not just us trying to sell something. You can actually see it backed up in the numbers.
In terms of Michael Huntley, only a second appearance here on a Saturday night, but is it fair to say that we're beginning to see that form that we've seen from him on the floor, particularly on the seniors events, really turn onto the stage now?
Yeah, yes, exactly that. Thursday, he didn't have the best of days, although he won 3 out of the 5. He struggled. He openly said that he struggled and he couldn't quite find his rhythm. And then Friday, he felt comfortable and it showed, and he got through.
So they were the 2 that made it through Group C. Group B was a dramatic affair on Thursday and Friday evening, which in the end was won by Colley Heneghan. But that only plays or tells half the story as to how it all panned out. Because Rhys Colley, Matt, was involved in a winner-takes-all game right at the very end of the session. Averages 101. 3 ton plus checkouts, including a 170 finish. What does that say about the guts and determination that he has?
Like we just said with Andy Hamilton, it's a no quit, and he really did demonstrate it so well in that game. A couple of games prior to that, sort of 45 minutes before this match even taken place, we looked at the table and we went, well, it's pretty much done. The only way Rhys Colley can get through now is if this result happens, that result happens, he wins both of his games, this person loses, and it all started to unfold and unravel, and he ended up going into a head-to-head game with Joe Croft, and from the very first dart that Rhys Colley thrown, you just knew he was going to go on and win that game, and he didn't just win that game, he dominated it. Yes, we can look at the 170, he also had a 144, he had a 114. It was an exceptional display, and if he can replicate anything like that tonight, he's going to be very, very hard to beat.
In terms of Justin Smith, what would be your overall assessment on what you saw from him over the 2 days?
Again, I think he started off well on the Thursday, and then yesterday he was a bit hit and miss, and he'll be wanting to do better today.
Colley Heneghan, last night, did he flick the switch a little bit?
He did, in a way that I've not seen from Colley Heneghan for quite some time. The last time he came here, he was sort of really struggling with confidence. He hit that 9-darter on that occasion, and he said that maybe that was going to be the spark to remind him of how good of a dart player he is. And one of the things he spoke about quite fondly the last time he was here was the fact that he's always regarded as this 9-dart man. And he wants to be known as a winner. He wants to be known as a quality player. And that's a quality performance. 12 maximums, high average of a ton, but the checkout percentage is what's the most impressive there. 45% across his group. And if he can do anything of those sort of numbers, just shy of a 91 average, he will pick up another weekly title.
In terms of Colley Heneghan, he hasn't had the best time of it recently, but he seems to play well here. Obviously, you had a fantastic relationship at the Lakeside over the course of your career. Are there certain venues that no matter how you're playing, whether you're in form or you're out of form, things can just click for you? Absolutely,
yes. There are your favourite places, your favourite stages, where you feel more comfortable and more at home. Yes, that's definitely, and I'm sure that's what he feels like here.
Well, let's get into tonight's action now, shall we? Because it is an intriguing evening's worth of play. We can have a look at the 2 groups and see how things break down. Group 1, Carl Sneyd, Rhys Colley and Michael Huntley. And then Group 2, Colley Heneghan, Andy Hamilton and Justin Smith. We'd love to see Andy Smith here, but we're not going to see him right now. Anyway, I've got pie on my face. Let's get straight into the odds, shall we? Because this is how the bookies see tonight's action. Carl Sneyd, 3-1 favourite. Matt, is that justified in your opinion?
I think it's fair. When we look at Carl Sneyd, he was my pick a week ago before a dart was thrown. He has developed into a much better player and rapidly accelerating his career over the last 12 months. He, rightful favourite. However, your value hunters, Rhys Colley, Andy Hamilton, there's plenty of value out there tonight.
Anybody else that stands out for you, Trina?
I reiterate what he's just said, yeah. Andy Hamilton, especially with what he's done over the last few days, you can't bet against him.
Well, look forward to hearing you both in commentary this evening. It is 18 plus, gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series this evening. Right, let's get straight into the action, shall we? Because we're going to get underway with a meeting between Carl Sneyd and Michael Huntley. Carl won Group A on Wednesday afternoon. So Michael, well, he's been here a few times. It's been a bit of a love-hate relationship, him and the Super Series, but he's into another Saturday night. And earlier on this evening, I caught up with both players. Well, Mike, we've been waiting a little while for this conversation to happen again on Saturday. First of all, how pleased are you to be back in the Saturday night fold here?
Oh, absolutely delighted, Henry. It's always the goal to get to Saturday night. I think I've come up placed third last 3 times I've been here. And so it's nice to finally get in the top 2 and get through. So, yeah.
In terms of the way you played this week over the course of Group C, how would you analyse it?
Thursday was very frustrating. I was getting a bit irate and a bit annoyed with myself, and I just weren't settled, and everything seemed to be a battle and a chore. And I was really happy to get 3 wins really at the end of that day. But then Friday I come here and it felt so different. I felt nice and relaxed first game, and it just carried on for a few games. And it fell away a little bit at the end of the day. But to be fair, the 2 boys that I lost to at the end of the day did play really good darts. So no grumbles. But I was happy the way it went on the Friday. And yeah.
Does it feel like a little bit of pressure off your shoulders now? Because I know that the last few times you've come really close, and I can imagine it was, I suppose, a little bit of frustration building up.
Yes, a lot of frustration, because I think, as you know, a lot of people know I can play a great game of darts when I'm on it. It's just whether Mike Huntley turns up or not. So and I'm so chuffed to get through tonight. I'm just hopefully now I feel nice already. Okay, just had a few throws out there, and I've got nothing to lose now. So it's Saturday night. It's winner takes all, so yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
Mention it's a free roll. How much would it mean for you to go on and win it?
Oh, it'd be absolutely amazing. It's it's every darters. This is a special place. You want to come here, and it can lead to better things. And you know what I mean. It just gives you massive confidence winning something like this.
Well, we wish you all the very best, Mike. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Carl, fair to say a tight Group A, hard work in the end, but I imagine you're pleased to get those couple of days off.
Yeah, absolutely. After the first 3 days, I felt like I didn't play really well. It was a proper slog, players beating each other. But to come out on top after such a tight group, I think the confidence grew a little bit.
Was it a bit of a head scratcher at times? That
it was, yeah, of course it was. I mean, I don't like to use excuses, but I did change my set of darts on the Wednesday and went 4 from 4. So I'm hopefully taking that through to today and see how we get on.
In terms of that Group A and the way you manoeuvred it, particularly towards the end, was that characteristic of the improvements that we've seen from you over the last 12 months or so?
I think so, yeah. I mean, maybe 6-8 months ago, it had played in my mind. But I'm going into the back room now, trying to not let it get to me as much. And just kind of enjoy what you're doing. If you don't make Saturday night, you don't make Saturday night. You just go and enjoy your darts, try and learn as you're playing.
In terms of tonight, you've had a fantastic year. You've won a Challenge Tour title. You've done some damage on the Pro Tour as well. Because of everything you've done, does it feel like a natural next step now, as you made the semi-finals last time, to go a little bit deeper as the goals and expectations to reach the end now?
Absolutely. I've said that at the start. Every time I've come here, I've failed to get out of the group. Then every time I've come, I've bettered myself. So it's either final or win it tonight, and we've bettered myself again.
Well, wish you all the very best, Carl.
Thank you very much, mate. Cheers.
Chance to win it with some panache.
Bullseye. Oh, what a shot there by Carl Sneyd.
It's Carl Sneyd that's in control of this Group A. So Carl Sneyd, winner of Group A on Wednesday afternoon, is back on Saturday night. He takes on Michael Huntley, for whom this is a rare appearance on the final day's worth of action for him. Just a second finals night for him, and he'll be looking to make an impact here at the Live Lounge in Port. So it's game 1 of 9 that we've got this evening, and they're all going to be watched in the company of Trina Gulliver and Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, it's been a while, hasn't it, since Michael Huntley's been here on a Saturday night. He's been knocking on the door. He's been getting very, very close in regards to getting another appearance here on a Saturday night, and that is probably why he is the biggest outsider of them all. But he's starting his night against a man who is now the favourite, Carl Sneyd, the winner of Group A, the favourite to go on to pick up the title for the first time here at the Super Series. It's all going to be watched under the watchful eye of legendary darts referee Paul Hinks. And I suppose off the back of hearing from both players,
boys and girls, first leg Carl to throw first. Game on.
you wouldn't really suggest that one of these was the favourite and the other one was the biggest outsider, because they both almost sounded like they was quite happy to be here and they was trying to sort of dislodge a bit of the
96.
expectation and pressure.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, Mike said about his what he would say was like an uncomfortable day for him on Thursday. Couldn't get things quite
29.
right, although he got 3 wins that day. He wasn't happy with his throw and managed to sort that out on the Friday at a very successful
140.
day. And with Carl's got through and had a couple of days off.
55.
Been swimming, I believe.
Oh, good way to spend the time. But isn't that a sign of a good player there in Michael Huntley and a player that's developing? The fact that when he's not playing his best
133.
and he's not quite feeling right, he's still getting the wins to put himself in contention to get to events like tonight.
Well, I think that's what this week has been about
100.
all through the week.
132.
Everybody has battled.
It has been a slog of a week for the players. Every single
78.
group going right down to the wire. And I expect that that's going to continue this evening. A lot of tight games, a lot of legs to be played. Games to be decided over the finest of margins.
68.
Maybe not so much
Carl
this leg, though.
54.
Carl Sneyd with a healthy advantage for a 1-0 lead. Plenty of time to see this one out.
44.
Good job, really. Chasing it round.
Yeah, as you say, though, he does have time in this leg. Will return for... He might even
21.
choose to split,
Carl 10.
knowing that Huntley's not on a finish.
Getting shot on the first leg. Carl
He goes
Sneyd.
straight for it. Takes the first leg of the match.
Nice 16 dart, a good
Second leg
settler there
Michael
for
to
Carl
throw
Sneyd.
first. Game
Nothing
on.
settled about that from Michael Huntley, though. A lot of those darts, he was hopping on that lead foot, which when you do that, just going to change the balance, change the release. Darts are going to go left.
140.
Well, that's a better start for him in this leg.
Can get very edgy,
100.
can't it, on a Saturday night, this first game? Because if you lose heavy, you sort of need a lot of things to go your way. Comes completely out of your own hands, but this is significantly better.
140.
He was all over the place in leg one, but just goes to show no two legs are the same.
You've got to remember as well that they've played here all
100.
week in silence. And now all of a sudden they have a crowd there behind them. And that will take some getting used to again when they've been on that stage
81.
all week. Playing with nobody there, you know.
Did you prefer crowd or no crowd when you was playing?
140.
It's hard to say,
Michael,
really. I think
140.
you can struggle to adjust. That's what I'm saying.
We've seen some feedback, isn't it? The reaction to things, the reaction to
100.
good darts, bad
Carl
darts. You feel the energy.
161.
Well, treble 17 is the target. Not to be found this time.
137.
That's good darts
Michael
there.
Carl 40.
Leaves himself 24 should he get a chance. But Huntley at tops misses. It's a double 16. And he takes
on
it,
the
levels the
second leg,
match at one
Michael
apiece.
Huntley.
I think that was a very important dart there for Mike Huntley
Third
as
leg
well.
Carl to throw first.
First one
Game
going
on.
wayward, the first leg not quite going well. If he was to have lost from that situation, it'll be something he felt he'd thrown away. Now he's got something to stick his teeth into. He'll be able to find that sort of controlled aggression.
40.
Yeah, well, making that mistake as well with going into the one and then correcting it. Like you say, he'll build with confidence with that.
60.
Yeah, easy to panic in that situation. So a big tick for Michael Huntley. Carl Sneyd, relentless in his attack here on the treble 20. They'll be here in support of Reece Colley.
60.
He's coming up in a couple of games' time. He will be in this same group alongside Michael Huntley and Carl Sneyd. His action will be starting against
100.
the outsider here, Michael Huntley.
And there is Duffers, as we call him, Neil Duff.
Of course he is. Never leaves the
100.
live lounge. I think he's got a bedroom here somewhere.
Oh, that's whose it is.
41.
In action next week, once again, Neil Duff looking to add to his weekly tally of titles here at the Super Series. Try and get his name in that Champions Week, which, what a Champions Week it's turning out to be. With the names we've got so
85.
far, I think we could be in for the best Champions Week we've ever had.
$100.
Carl on 80 when he returns. Needs to find a treble.
100.
He does so with his
Carl
last
Car
dart.
80.
Chance for Sneyd here to take this out. 20 for tops.
45.
Oh, goes into the
Michael Car
5.
96.
It was awkward, wasn't it? He's got that upwards angle of entry. I expected to see him move there, and he didn't. It was an interesting ploy just to try and move it over the top. He will come back. No damage is going to be done.
44.
But you feel the
Carl Car
evolution and the
35.
development of the game of Carl Sneyd. He's going to have to start understanding how to work around those darts.
Well, goes the 15 option for double 10.
Game shot
Takes
referred
it.
by Carl Sneyd.
Leads this match by 2 legs to 1. So each
Fourth leg Michael
game at the
through
moment.
first. Game on.
Going with throw.
$60.
But there is quite a difference starting to appear in regards to the averages. And that gap is starting to grow even further as Carl Sneyd fires in the first maximum of the evening. First chance to hoist the 180 placards into the air. 20 points difference between the two.
100.
Which suggests the longer this game goes, the bigger the gap's going to appear.
As you see there on your screens, 96.61 for Sneyd and 76.83. Big difference, like you say.
We are still hunting the first ever 9-darter on a Saturday night as well, and after the 180 in the first treble 20, I started to get excited. 4 darts in.
Me too. You dare not say nothing though, dare you? And just in case you jinx it.
We do have Conor Heneghan in the lineup tonight. He's coming up next against Justin Smith, player who's hit the most 9-darters on that very stage.
Yes, 3 on this stage and 1
60. Carl Car 82.
at the Southampton.
Well, speaking about jinxing things, you just said at the start of this leg, Trina, that everything's going with throw. This is a dart for Carl Sneyd for 42.
A break. Michael
Just
Car
wires it
156.
onside the top wire. And Huntley, the way Carl Sneyd's been finishing and the way he's been playing this week, this has to go. And it won't. Can't do it from here. Sneyd will return for a breaker throw.
60. Carl Car
And to
40.
open up a little bit of a gap here in fixture number 1.
So tops then. 2 10s. And he
Game
finds
shot
it with his
fourth leg,
second
Carl
dart.
Sneyd.
Moves into a 3-1 lead, and that was a breaker throw. So Carl will be
Fifth
throwing
leg, Carl
for
through
the
first.
match. I'll be hoping to
Game on.
wrap it all up here.
And this just confirms what we've been talking about with Carl Sneyd, the development of his game. Looking so composed, looking clinical,
96.
calculated over the last 12 months. When he first came here to the Super Series, it was sort of like
is he going to be able to cut it to the level? Now he's gone above the level. And he's franked that as well with
43.
success on the Challenge Tour this year, getting a few Pro Tour call-ups, of which he's found success there as well.
Well, it just shows what the Modus Super Series does for your game. It gives you that
140.
experience. It gives you that exciting times on the stage, and you know the facilities here at the Modus Super Series are
40.
fantastic, and it's a great place to grow your game.
We've seen a lot of players grow their game here in the Live Lounge. Players who have moved on already, players who we expect to
45.
move on in the near future. Paul Sneyd may become one of those. Certainly if he continues to develop at the rate he is now. But this is
60.
getting desperate times now for Huntley. The average continuing to drop. He's going to have to step up significantly if he's going to compete tonight. Certainly, if he loses this
100.
leg, he's going to have to get that win against Colley, and that's not a situation you want to be in.
Now, especially with Reese's last performance of the evening.
100. Colley 120.
Time on his side.
$100.
Well, leaves himself double 10, and he has been hitting that in this match. Seems to favour it at the moment.
39.
And
Colley
Mike
20.
just cannot make any inroads.
No
Not on
score.
this occasion. But after 15 darts thrown, Mike Huntley not even down to a finish as of yet. But maybe just going to tap the urgency button now for Carl Sneyd.
87. Colley 20.
Another opportunity for Carl to start his evening with a victory.
Game shown in the match, Kelsey.
He gets over the line in the end there, Carl Sneyd. Two players who have been waiting for their chance to be playing here on a Saturday night, but one of them handled the situation significantly better. Mike Huntley exits the stage really quickly in disappointment. It wasn't a performance he's going to be proud of, and he's got work to do later on in the evening. For Carl Sneyd, he will have one foot in the door of the semi-finals. A solid victory to kickstart his evening, but we're going to move our attention to Group 2 for Heneghan versus Justin Smith.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
racing for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow! Double 16.
Leaves the ball. And that is exquisite.
Tops.
Game
Now he's
shot
hitting
on the
everything.
third lane.
He's looking at double top, gets the double top.
Double 16.
Game
For the win.
shot on the
As
mark.
Burnett bounces back.
And that
Game
double
shot
5
on the
gives
third
Derek
lane.
Coulson the
Derek
break.
Coulson.
It gives him a 2-1.
Because now it's raining ton plus checkouts.
Double 16. That's an
It's
11
on the
darter.
second
That's
leg.
a class
Jamie Luke.
leg. So Wales are the next team in action at international pairs. We'll announce them a little bit later on. These are the 4 other teams that we're going to see take part. Canada, Jess Smith and Dawson Michelle. They could be quite the combination. Jimmy Van Schie and Danny Van Tripe are defending the title that they won in May. We've already seen Devon Peterson in action today representing South Africa, and he was involved in quite the affair against Northern Ireland. He's going to be teaming up with Simon Adams, whilst last week we announced Andreas Harrison, former series champion, is going to be alongside another weekly winner in Anton Ersland. We'll reveal the players playing for Wales a little bit later on this evening. So this is what we've seen so far. 1 game down on this Saturday night. Already a victory for Carl Sneyd, a 4-1 success against Michael Huntley. So he's off to the perfect start. Game 2 is a meeting of 2 former weekly winners and 2 Group B combatants as Conor Heneghan takes on Justin Smith. I caught up with both players earlier on this evening. Well, Justin, into another Saturday night here at the Super Seas, but what would be your overall assessment of Group B?
Not too happy at all, to be honest with you. There's nothing I can really do about it now. Just got to put that behind me and start fresh tonight now.
Is it fair to say it was a little bit stop-start for yourself at times?
But yeah, then my first game averaged like 95 or something, which isn't too bad. And I thought from then on I was going to keep that momentum going, but turns out I didn't.
But then into tonight, this is a different beast, isn't it? Saturday evenings here for you?
Yeah, I suppose having the crowd's a lot different in it. Maybe other people can't handle pressure, I don't know. But yeah, I've got enough experience from Saturday night here, so hopefully I can go out and win today.
Where would you say your game's at this present moment in time?
Well, it wasn't too bad up until this weekend, this week. But after yesterday's performance, not the best. But yeah, I've still got about another 2 or 3 more gears yet. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
As you say, Saturday night here in front of a crowd. You've won here before.
About 1 million years ago, yeah.
So does that not add pressure, but because it's so long ago, do you feel like there's a pressure to go and do it again?
Well, I don't know about pressure, but yeah, well, there's a bit of pressure because it's been a long time since I've actually achieved something a bit bigger now. But yeah, hopefully I can just bring my A game like I have done in the months before and come away with a win.
Wish you all the very best. Justin, good luck.
Thank you. Cheers.
Connor, weird Group B for yourself. Is it fair to say that you stepped up on Friday night?
Yeah, I played well last night, consistently enough. 4 out of 4 was a good night, so happy enough.
Is that one of your best nights here in a while at the Super Series, would you say?
Yeah, definitely. Most consistent anyway. I was having games that you'd have a good game and then a very bad game after it. That's kind of what happened Thursday night as well, that last game. So it was good to just get that consistency again last night and get through.
Where'd you say your darts is at this present moment in time?
Coming back, yeah. Went through a bad spell. I know myself I wasn't playing well. But yeah, the last couple of months now I've been playing well, winning a good few tournaments at home. And it's come over here with me, so it's going well.
Was that probably the first time that you've had a bit of a blip in your career, would you say?
Obviously, yeah, since I started to get all right at darts, I suppose takes time, you'll go through it. It's just probably getting out of it and getting better on the other side of it.
So what's kind of been that magic form? What's kind of like clicked you back into place, do you feel?
It's not just seeing how bad I was and then coming home disappointed. Didn't want to do it again. Going to tournaments and losing that you shouldn't be losing. Just, yeah, it's one of them.
Bit of history for yourself tonight. Nobody's made more Saturday nights than you. You've tied a record which is currently held with Mr. Duff. 11 Saturdays here at the Super Series. Whatever, it seems to be, whatever happens in terms of your form elsewhere, you always seem to turn it on here.
Yeah, look, when I came over here first, it was a great opportunity for me and I've taken it by both hands, I think. Probably one of the most successful to get to a Saturday night, so I'm happy with that. But then you have to be winning Saturday nights. There's no point getting there and not doing anything, so I'm just going out to win.
So number 2 is very much on the cards for you tonight. Is that what you're looking for?
Oh, 100%, yeah. That's the plan. That's the plan of action.
Well, we wish you all the very best. Connor, good luck.
Thank you.
He's done it once, twice, 3 times tonight, darter for Colley Heneghan.
And he's done it. Conor Heneghan has picked up his first weekly title here at the Super Series.
Well, Conor Heneghan looking for title number 2 this evening, but if he loses this one to Justin Smith, his chances could hit the skids. The bearded dragon just about squeezed through Group B on Friday night, but what can he do in this, the second match of the evening? 2 former weekly winners going head-to-head, and we've got 2 winners in the commentary box. Well, we've definitely got a winner in Trina Gulliver. Matthew Edgar usually got the participation medal.
That's twice already tonight, Trina.
Oh, that's harsh. He's got it in for you tonight, you know.
He has. He's gunning for me. But these are 2 players on the stage that are gunning for titles. And there was something that was very consistent about those interviews that really drew my attention. And that is that they feel they need to win another one just to confirm or to sort of rank that form. And we've heard this before. Jamie Kelling comes to mind, a player who won a week here at the Super Series. And then from the moment he won his week, all he ever spoke about was, I need to win another one to prove it wasn't luck, to prove it wasn't fluke. And they are 2 things that Justin Smith actually alluded to in that interview.
Yes, he did, didn't he? He's reference that it was jokingly said that it was 1,000,000 years ago that he won it here. So he'll be looking to put things right tonight for his own satisfaction.
First, game on.
Certainly does feel like a long time ago. We are now in Series 11, week number 5. Justin Smith's title came all the way back in Series number 2, in the infancy
43.
of the Modus Super Series. And if memory serves me right, beat Martin Adams in that final.
80. $40.
Conor Heneghan
60.
also winning a week here on the stage. Wants to be billed as that, though. We draw so much attention on a regular basis to the Night Darters because it's the big thing, the big flagship that Conor Heneghan has done, the most successful player to do so. But in that interview,
100.
Spoke about the things of which he's done, like the most appearances here. This is his 11th time getting through to a Saturday night.
46.
Now wants to be known as a multiple winner.
Yeah, it's some record, isn't it? And I
60.
think, if my memory serves me right, Neil Duff, who's in the crowd tonight, is not far behind.
Do you think Neil Duff will try claiming that as an appearance on a Saturday night?
119.
He's
He
been
could
on
well
camera.
do.
I would. He's been on screen.
58. Conor Carr, 113.
I'll ask him later. Tops then.
73.
You can't
Justin
convert.
Carr,
So a
143.
chance for Smith here to take out 143. Can't be done this time. So Conor will be back for double tops.
60. Conor Carr, 40.
He was exceptional on the doubling yesterday, Conor Heneghan. It was one of his real key strengths.
30. Justin Carr, 83.
45% across the group. But missed doubles here. Give Justin Smith an opportunity. He does love this double 16, but he's going to have to go high. Oh, he goes high. Exceptional dart that from Justin Smith. The first start just standing up to attention, blocking the target. He had to go left, which would open up sort of the top 25% of the bed. And he found it.
Yeah, converts very well there.
100.
Excellent darts. And a breaker throw there as well.
Isn't it so ironic that you get a shot at a target
59.
like a double, you get the whole double to go at and you miss it, and then when you've got to go into such a small section of it, you've got 25%. Oh, I can hit that. Not a problem.
93.
25% of a double. Easy.
Yeah, darts is a very strange game sometimes.
119.
Something I picked out, though, from Justin Smith there was he said it's been a while
162.
since he's won something of note. And do you know what? That surprises me a little bit because I'm going to say it. I think Justin Smith
57.
is an
Justin Carr,
underachiever
146.
because I think he's got so much more raw ability than his CV supports.
He's quite a laid-back character as well, isn't he? He's, I mean, this is the
80.
first time I've actually seen him play, so, you know, and I'm impressed by him. He's got a nice throw. He's chilled. Doesn't seem to stress.
44. Justin Carr,
I think
66.
laid back's an understatement for Justin Smith. Well, that's not what he was going for. However,
34.
no harm done because Conor Heneghan is not continuing that form of last night.
Yeah, and Justin leaves his favourite double
58. Justin
when he
Carr,
returns.
32.
So double 16 now for a 2-0 lead. Moves across the hockey again. He's done exactly the same.
He's on
And
the second leg.
finds
Justin
it with his second dart. Almost in the same spot. Gets a
Smith.
two-leg
Conor to through
cushion.
first. Game on.
A 17-dart leg there for Justin.
85.
And like you say, Conor's not got going at the moment in this match.
60.
Well, sometimes it can be quite hard, can't it, when you've had a great day like he did yesterday to come back here and feel like you've got to replicate it. It was a tight game when the pair met yesterday.
60.
4-3 success for Conor Heneghan.
97.
But it was just the one win. They did share the points in Group B in two very tightly contested games.
Conor piling in a 180 there. First of the match. And a great big roar from the crowd.
44.
Well, it almost feels like that was a game-on moment, doesn't it? Conor Heneghan getting his teeth now into this fixture while Justin Smith coming up the pace a little bit. This is now the sort of twists and turns we expect when these two go head-to-head.
40. Conor Carr, 40.
Tops now then for Conor to get a leg on the board.
Yeah,
And he
on the
does
third
so.
leg. Conor Heneghan.
Takes it with his second dart. Gets
Fourth
that
leg, Justin,
crucial
first.
leg on
Game
the
on.
board. A much better leg there by Connor. A 14 dart leg, in fact.
Yeah, Justin's winning legs
100.
21 and 17. Conor Heneghan was sort of letting him get that lead without really having to find the levels of which we
60.
know he's capable of. But that was a bit of a marker there for Conor Heneghan. But Justin Smith's already done the damage. Oh,
80.
that is what Paul Nicholson likes to call a hat stand, where the two darts are in the board, holding the flight and the dart swaying.
100.
A hat stand.
He's got a name for everything.
Wow.
You're lucky he wasn't working
100.
with Henry Deacon in the early days, because he named everything. We even had a name for a Saturday night. That was a darty party.
140.
A darty party. Okay.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah.
And who came up with that one?
Henry.
140.
Only Henry would come up with something like
Okay.
that.
I didn't think it was Nico's style.
97. Justin O'Carr, 81.
81 then for Justin. Double 18.
63.
Not to be this
Connor
time.
O'Carr,
So a chance now for
104.
Connor to level the match up.
Oh, this is a chance now. Tops for a breaker throw.
84. Justin
Just
O'Carr, 18.
a little low. A well thrown dart, no reward. And that could be a really noteworthy moment, especially if Justin Smith can hold his throw here. This wasn't the intended target.
4.
And not the intended
Connor
outcome.
O'Carr, 20.
Bit of a mess.
Yeah, hits the double 2 when wanting a 2 to go for double 8. A double 10 here for Connor. And he can't find it. So a bit of a let
Justin
off there
O'Carr,
for
14.
Smith.
Big let off. That would have given Conor Heneghan control once again.
No score. Connor O'Carr,
But the
10.
slip on the switch. Tried to leave his favourite area, the double 8, double 16. Maybe should have looked at a resplit. The 10 and the 6. Get away from that double 7.
Game shot on the
He
fourth
won't
leg.
have another opportunity to try and
Heneghan.
put it right. Conor Heneghan rides his luck and gets over the line. The thing
Fifth leg,
that
Connor
we've
did
been
through
talking
first.
about as a
Game
key
on.
strength, the doubling, the checkout of everybody in Group B. Letting down, right now, two of the graduates of that group.
Yeah, and that
100.
breaker throw there by Connor has put him level.
42.
I'm sure
45.
Justin's going to be kicking himself for that mistake and the previous leg.
100.
Absolutely, and it can lag, it can carry. But you can't do that here. Short format games all the way through, best of 7 all night, a race to 4. You don't have time to dwell and sulk.
Absolutely not. You've got to get over it and move on.
100.
Conor Heneghan, though, just getting stronger as the game is going, starting to find his range on that treble 20. And when he does so, he is one of the biggest 180 hitters you will see here at the Super Series. That is second of the game.
99. Connor O'Carr, 36.
To double 18 to take a 3-2 lead. Double 9 then. Can you use the barrel?
18.
Well, he goes
Justin
the other
O'Carr,
side of it.
160.
Outside chance now for Smith. We've seen this go earlier on in the week by Carl Sneyd.
40.
I'm just surprised at the
Connor
finishing
O'Carr,
there of Conor
18.
Heneghan. 2 from 15 at the moment. That is a 13% checkout rate.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
45 has been
Connor
the checkout
Heneghan.
rate for the last couple of days, but the most important thing is he's taking enough of them. He's getting the opportunities,
Six leg
he's
Justin
getting
Gifford
the
first.
chance to miss
Game
and
on.
return back to the hockey, and he's a leg away from what a couple of minutes ago
looked a very unlikely 2 points.
57.
Yeah, remembering that Justin had a 2-0 lead in this match. Connor's managed to turn
100.
it around. Leads 3 legs to 2.
60.
That doesn't help Justin Smith when the darts are starting to drop low. You can see that kick, you can see that lift. Makes it very, very hard for him to start finding the treble 20s. Then starts
60.
engaging the shoulder, which runs the risk of hooking the dart and finding 5s. That's where he wants them, above the wire.
100.
Opens up the treble.
$131.
Good darts there from Connor Heneghan.
59.
And Smith fails to find a treble.
That offers a bit of time here, despite the fact this is on the Justin Smith
60.
darts. You feel Justin needs a couple of trebles here. Again comes low.
99. Connor Carr,
So he has to run
150.
for cover with the last dart. Leaves it on quite a nice checkout though, that 126. Only needs the 1 treble for a dart at the bullseye. And will be given
58.
the opportunity.
Justin Carr, 126.
So treble 19 first. Well, fails to find even a 19.
81.
So unable to
Connor
finish.
92.
Chance now for Heneghan to take this 92 out. It's double 16 for the match. And he takes it out with his second dart. A 4-2 victory there for Connor Heneghan. It's 2-0 down in that match. 81.69 average for Connor. 76.93 for Smith. And when we come back after the break, we're going to see Michael Huntley against Reece Colley.
Plenty coming up across Pluto TV. Once we're done tonight, you can have a look at what happens when dart players are put in for a practical joke. Pranking darts players will take place after we're done this evening, although one or two players may feel like there'll be some practical jokes tonight. Coming up after that, tomorrow from 20 to 2, it's the latest edition of the On the Ocky series. That is with the YouTuber The Darts Referee, who you may have seen here for a couple of the influencer events. Then the Tungsten Talk series features Paul Nicholson, the asset, talking about his Players' Championship win, talking about his playing career and his transition into the broadcast booth, and what a great job he does at that as well. And then we're back with the live darts, week 6. How have we got to week 6 already? The series has really gone by, hasn't it, so far? And as you can see, that man in your picture there, Peter Wachuri of Kenya, he's going to be the big name act, or one of the big name acts in action. Neil Duff also in there, multiple weekly winner, and we've got other weekly winners to boot as well. It's from 9:30 a.m. on Monday morning for the resumption of the series. But as far as tonight's concerned, we've seen wins so far for Carl Sneyd and Conor Heneghan, 4-1 and 4-2 respectively. Next up for us, Michael Huntley in desperate need of a win. A defeat here will see him eliminated. He takes on Rhys Colley, who yesterday saved his best till last. Let's hear from Chaos now. I caught up with him earlier. Rhys, fair to say last night you saved your very best when it mattered.
Yeah, well, happy to get through. Can't wait for tonight now.
101 average, 3 ton plus checkouts in that final game. It just all clicked together, didn't it?
Yeah, I just wish I'd leave it till the last game, to be honest with you. But no, I was happy to get through, and it was nice to go out on the big fish to end it as well.
Overall, how happy have you been with your game this week?
To be fair, I've been playing well, I've been scoring all right, but my finishing's been dreadful. But obviously the last game, it was brilliant, so I knew I'd get over the line if I could finish, because my scoring's decent most of the time. So yeah, but overall it's been all right.
Going into tonight, this is a regular thing, isn't it, for you Saturdays here at the Super League? It tends to be a regular occurrence. Is it now a case of, obviously you've won a week before, kicking on, taking those next steps, getting another one?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, I don't want everyone to think, he's won one week, he won one since, like, you know what I mean? So it'd be nice to win another week. So the first one more just fluke, should we say? So yeah, it'd be nice to win another one.
Does that sort of stuff enter the psyche a little bit then?
Yeah, sometimes it does. Yeah, obviously, but like the last couple of times, I think I made the finals last time as well.
Yep.
Maybe I don't know if I got through the group, I can't remember. And then the one before that, I made a mistake by a leg. Yeah, but to be honest, I'd want to be nice to win another one, so I know the first one more just look and I know I can actually play darts.
And I suppose you're overdue one. Obviously, you won in Hungary, didn't you, back in October? But it's kind of been a little bit dry since.
Yeah, I have been playing great since that, to be honest with you. Up and down. I played at a lot of events. I'm doing a few vaults here and there back at home, but not as much as I should really. But I've just done my garage out into a bar, so I can go in there, start practicing now. And I had a little practice before I come here, so it's paying off at the minute.
So this could be a real catalyst then for the second half of the season, a good night tonight then potentially.
Yeah, hopefully. I'm a big confidence player, so if I could win something like this weekend, then coming on to the likes of the next challenge tours or anything like that, I'll only be even more confident then, so I'll be more dangerous. So hopefully I can get the job done.
Go well, wish you all the best. Rhys, good luck tonight.
Cheers, Emmy.
So Rhys Colley takes on Michael Huntley. This is the third game of the evening. Now, Rhys will qualify with a win here. Michael Huntley would guarantee qualification of 4-0 with any loss, and he is out. Carl Sneyd will qualify if Colley reaches 3 legs. And of course, if there's a 4-1 win for Michael Huntley, the 9-dart shootout could be in play. That's been a topic of conversation this week. Right, let's get into this one then, and to your commentary team, Trina Gulliver and Matthew Edgar.
Now, don't worry if you forgot all those different possibilities. We'll let you know as we go and tick them off one by one. But Michael Huntley looking to get his night up and running. It wasn't a good performance, was it, in his opening game? A 4-1 defeat to Carl Sneyd. It wasn't what Huntley would have been expecting, an average of just 73. And Rhys Colley could book his passage in here at the earliest possibility. But it was there again, wasn't it, in the interview? A player who's won a week here already saying that they need a second one to confirm it. And we've got 3 players that have said it now. They can't all win.
No,
Exactly
exactly that. But
boys
it's
and girls, first leg, Michael to throw first.
it's strange that they feel all the same. Or is it strange?
It's a very consistent thing that's coming through, isn't it? That those one-time weekly winners feeling the need to go and do so. And I suppose we have
100.
found a lot of new players here at the Super Series. A lot of players have been unearthed under this project, which I think if we was to talk about some of the players with big CVs, Andy Hamilton, who's going to be coming up in his next game against Justin Smith when he starts his evening. If you was to
83.
look at Andy Hamilton and say, you've won a week here, he'd be like, yeah, okay. And he's got those other things, those other titles, those other things to back it up. I think
59.
when someone who hasn't got the CV of the likes of Andy Hamilton wins one, they kind of feel they need multiple.
Yeah, maybe that's the case, but then
140.
they've got to understand also that Andy Hamilton's been playing a lot longer than these guys, and you know, they're still
100.
young and they can still put a lot on their CV.
I think Michael Huntley will thank you very muchly for that sentence, trainer.
Well, he's a baby face.
Bit of Canberra shy, was she there?
83. Michael Carr, 78.
Looks like she was in a Reese Colley shirt as well.
Getting shot in the first leg, Michael Huntley.
Well, Mike takes the first leg.
Much better, wasn't it, from Michael Huntley? Didn't really happen
Second
for him
leg
in the
Reese to
opening
throw
game.
first. Game on.
14 darter there. He's up for the battle. Let's remind you of one of the permutations. I don't think too much attention was drawn to it due to the
100.
way of which Huntley played in the opening game, but how he played in that leg, it's worth mentioning that Michael Huntley can book himself passage through
81
to the semi-finals if he wins this game by 4 legs to 0.
80.
Well, if he's to do that, then he's got to improve vastly on his first match, and it seems like he's doing it. A great shot there from Mike Huntley. 177.
57.
And he seems to have put things right so far with his darts in this match.
59.
It's been the story of the week, hasn't it? When players' backs are up against the wall, they find the best. Reese Colley did it last night. Needed a lot of things to go well. Needed to win his games. Played his best. Andy Hamilton needed to do it in Group C. Found his best. Carl Sneyd needed to do it at the back end of Group A and did. So why not
60.
add Michael Huntley to the list of people who they've get themselves boxed into a corner and come out swinging. It's been the theme of the week.
It has indeed.
35.
It's been a crazy
Michael
week.
Carr, 24.
124 now for Huntley. Well, he can't finish now. So
38.
Reese will
Risha
have a
Carr,
pop
144.
at this 144. He took it out the other night. It's not to be this time.
96. Michael Carr, 86.
You do sometimes get good vibes, don't you, when you go for one of those big finishes and you've taken it out in recent times. But Huntley would have expected something a little bit easier than this. Just going to be a dart at the bullseye. To double his lead, to break the throw.
48. Risha Carr, 48.
48 then for Reese. Tops. 2 10s. Can't find it, so
Michael Carr,
opportunity
38.
again for Huntley on 38.
Jesus, a split.
Getting shot in the second
And
leg,
hits.
Michael Huntley.
Well, before a dart was thrown, you wouldn't have been looking at that 4-0 possibility
Third leg,
as
Michael
being
to throw
something
first. Game on.
that could genuinely happen. But every single game is different vibes, and Reese Colley is not continuing the way that he ended yesterday evening.
60.
Yeah, Huntley leads by 2 legs to 0.
95.
How upsetting is it to the rhythm as well when Colley, you've thrown that dart at tops, you think he was halfway down the hockey, wasn't he?
99.
Sometimes you throw a dart, you're like, that's in, you're on your way, realise it's not, and then you've got to sort of reset. Is it like going back to the first dart all over again?
45.
It is, I think, and yeah, but that 144, like you said, he'd have had confidence in that because he knew he hit it
100.
yesterday in a crucial match. So he'll be a bit disappointed that he didn't at least
60.
get the treble or a dart at it.
But we're starting to see a change in the demeanour now of Colley. A little bit of panic, a
42.
little bit of disappointment maybe creeping in. Would have another game to go. That would be against Carl Sneyd. Carl Sneyd already got a couple of points on the board. That to his win over Michael Huntley.
58.
But Huntley's looking good here for what before a dart thrown looked very unlikely.
Yeah, and Reece saying in his interview that, you know, he's very much a confidence player.
140.
So the better he plays, the better he gets.
57. Michael
That's a great
Ricard,
point because
60.
right now he looks completely void of confidence. That completely out of the way. Nice open target. Couldn't get the height on the dart, but can
James
recover on the
Jonathan
double
Leg.
10.
Michael
He is a
Huntley.
leg away from the semi-final. If Michael Huntley
Fourth
wins
leg
4
reaches
legs to
through
0,
third.
he
Game on.
is through.
Well, this has been a big ask
95.
and task for Huntley. And he's on the brink of a superb performance.
100.
Well, that story continues as people's backs are against the wall. So I'm going to make a prediction now. I'm going to say the final. What happens is someone goes 3-0 up
45.
tonight and ends up losing 4-3. That's how the evening ends.
You can't possibly say that with how things have gone this week.
82.
Well, you can say it. You're a brave man to say it.
100. 100.
Well, that's a good last start.
One of them 40.
Followed by a 140 by Reece. Leaves himself 1-2-1 when he returns.
When every leg really does matter
76. Reece
here
Ricard,
on a Saturday night
121.
when you're in these little mini groups. Can't finish from here, but can leave it very, very handy. And he's not had many darts at a double in this
81.
Colley in this match.
Michael Carr,
He's only had 2
143.
darts so far, so may feel a bit alien out there on the outer ring, but he's going to have a handful to ensure that Michael Huntley
190.
cannot
Reece
get
Ricard,
automatic
40.
passage from this match.
30.
Well, he can't
Michael
find a double
Carr,
5,
24.
so Huntley gets this. He's through. 2 12s.
One more match start. Bottom of the board, double 3.
21. Reece Ricard,
Michael
10.
Huntley, 3 darts, 3 opportunities to get the unthinkable 4-0 victory, and that's it.
Reece Colley.
The chance has gone for Michael Huntley to guarantee his passage here.
This leg, Michael, the throw
Can still
first.
qualify.
Game on.
But if he does it here, we also unlock the possibility of the very rare
100.
spotted 9-dart shootout, the darts version of a penalty kick.
70. One of
And
them
it's as if
40.
Mike Huntley knew, didn't he, that a 4-0 win would have got him through, because After missing those opportunities, the demeanour, the
125.
face, it's gone from almost quite relaxed to actually quite frustrated, quite aggressive, and the darts starting to fire again.
41. $35.
Well, a couple of loose darts there from Reese.
Just really struggled, hasn't he, Reece Colley, in this game, just to even keep the dart straight. Just straying off that line. Well, maybe wish he started down on the 19s now. The one treble would have gave him the opportunity at the bullseye to leave the finish. Instead, Huntley now, 6 darts at the 125 to get the win, to keep his hopes alive. And they wouldn't just be slim hopes, there'd be a genuine chance then for Huntley.
85.
Could be a really good recovery job here.
Well, he will return for tops.
85. Michael Carl, 40.
Top sent for the match. 2 10s. It's just right on the wire. And
20.
so's the other one.
Rishuka, 86.
Tries to look round the corner. It's not in. So chance now for Reese to take out this 86. The bullseye.
52.
That's not to be.
Michael
That
Carl,
would really
20.
have hurt Huntley because every single leg matters. He's had 6 darts to get the job done here. 2 handfuls. Take 3. And finally, Michael Huntley, at the 8th time of asking, gets over the line and gets the job done with success there over Reece Colley. Reece Colley's night not starting the way of which it ended yesterday evening, but Michael Huntley is still in the race. He lost his opening game by 4-1 to Carl Sneyd. A 4-0 victory there would have got him directly through to the semi-final. He had 3 darts to do that, but he's in. He's got a chance. We'll see how that folds later on in the evening. But we're going to say hello to Andy Hamilton, who's coming up next.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59.
Threw the entire body into that one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
George require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Sneyd.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Sneyd!
He gets bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
The new Modus Super Series champion. It's Phil, the Power Taylor. Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
Yeah, plenty coming up here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Now, have you scanned that QR code right in the middle of your screen there? You've probably done it when ordering, saying at a restaurant or something like that. That will get you to dartshop.tv, and on the menu is plenty of great darts. You could be here on any given Saturday. You've got an audience of Phil Taylor, and the Champion of Champions, the first ever World Seniors Championship event to take place here, is at the end of the month. So www.dartshop.tv is the website that you need to be a part of it. But it's all about tonight here and who is going to get their hands on this trophy and to book the 5th spot through to Champions Week come August. Now, before the break, Michael Huntley gave us the possibility of a 9-dart shootout, courtesy of a 4-1 success against Colley. And now Chaos, well, he's just going to have to cause chaos in his final game of the group. And there could be a possibility, you know, that maybe, you know, we have 2 for the price of 1, 2 9-dart shootouts, because that is exactly what would happen if Justin Smith gets the better of Andy Hamilton. We'd be 2/3 of the way towards 2 9-dart shootouts. Now, Justin lost out 4-2 to Conor Heneghan in his opening game of the night. He takes on the Hammer, who's looking for 2 weekly wins in 3 appearances, or at least his last 3 appearances here in Portsmouth. And chipper as ever, I caught up with him earlier on this evening. Seems to be a common trend here, Andy. Group A may not always go to plan, but you seem to have a magic recipe for Group C.
Yeah, I think my back was against the wall and I just knew what I had to do. I had to come out and win yesterday, and it all went my way at the end of the day, a few 4-0s, and I just felt confident in the game yesterday. And it's a good feeling to have, and bringing that into tonight's finals, I'm just in a good place at the moment.
Was it almost like a change of fortunes where Group A didn't quite get the rub of the green, it all seemingly clicked in Group C?
Yeah, most definitely. I think I didn't play that bad in the first 3 days. I just didn't get any luck, and I had one bad day where I didn't have one win at all. So it was all about forgetting them situations and moving forward, and I'm pretty good at doing that, and also I'm just looking forward to the next one.
Did experience come into play? The fact that obviously you've been here a lot, obviously you've played a lot over the years, that you know that it's not just a one thing on the first couple of days. If you dig in, you persevere, you can get rewards. Yeah,
the old saying is, it's never over till that fat lady sings, and I agree with that all the time, and I never give in. I think people have shown that in some of the games I've played in the past, and that's my true identity. I play to the end, and if I lose, but it's not without trying. In terms of tonight, this is a different beast, isn't it? A Saturday at the Super Series. Yeah, I think now it's a straight. Well, they aren't straight knockouts, but sitting on circumstances, what we've got here, it's a straight knockout. You win your first one pretty good, you nearly cemented yourself into the semi-final. So that's what I'm looking at. My first game, see how it goes. And if I have to back against the wall in the second game, we'll do what we have to do. Won a week a couple of series ago. How much would you like to add to the collection? Oh, most definitely. This is what it's all about. This is what darts is for anybody who aspires, apart from the PDC, to play darts. Modus is the next best thing out there, without a doubt. And winning's a great feeling, and winning here will be such a good feeling too.
Well, I wish you all the very best, Andy. Good luck tonight.
Cheers, Henry.
One left.
Finally, Andy Hamilton has done it. He's been coming here for years.
Find a second. He does. Tops. Oh, what a shot out of 147. Check out there for Andy Hamilton.
So it is game number 4 of the evening. It is Hamilton up against Smith, and all permutations are in play. To guide you through them, here's your commentary team of Matthew Edgar and Trina Gulliver.
I think we really got a good insight there into where Andy Hamilton is with his game. An interview with a smile on his face, and that is how he ended the day yesterday as well. After getting his qualification through to Saturday night, it was all smiles, enjoying the action. And we also got a glimpse of when he picked up his weekly title. And there's one thing that is clear to see, is he still has a very big hunger and desire for winning even more. Trina, you picked Andy Hamilton to get through that Group C campaign. He was a 10-1 outsider to win the group. Are you backing him again this evening?
I think I'd be stupid not to. I think the way he's performed all week and just the whole demeanour of him and the whole setup of Andy Hamilton is about battling and never giving up, and that's exactly what he's done this week.
Just needs to win here against Justin Smith, and that'll put his qualification through to the semi-finals.
Boys and girls, first leg. Justin to throw first. Game on.
That is due to the fact that Justin Smith's already been on the stage. He lost 4-2 to Conor Heneghan on that occasion, which means the win for Andy Hamilton
100.
Wouldn't just qualify Andy Hamilton, he would also take with him Conor Heneghan. And that first performance of Justin Smith left a lot to be desired. However, we have just seen the exact same scenario. Michael Huntley,
60.
Opening game against Sneyd, 73 the average, a very poor performance. Then came out game number 2, different player altogether.
125.
Yeah, and Justin will be wanting to emulate that pattern that Huntley put together in this match.
You're looking to follow in the footsteps of his countrymen.
140.
And it's about countries and nations currently with the World Cup underway. Big shot coming from Frankfurt. We've
59.
also got the International Pairs event number 2 coming your way at the end of August. And we will be announcing another team that will be taking part. That will be the Welsh team, of which we could see the likes of Michael Huntley and Justin Smith representing.
140.
Well, Andy leaves himself 161 when he returns.
42. Andy Carr, 161.
Disappointing visit there from Smith. Doesn't leave himself a finish. So Andy got 6 from here. Should he need them? Well, decides not to go for the outshot because Justin Smith isn't on an outshot. So just sets it up.
Experience there from Andy Hamilton, of which he's got plenty of in
60.
his 58 years
Andy
here on
Carr,
planet
56.
Earth. Be expecting here that he'll get the breaker throw against Justin Smith and start to eliminate those possibilities that Justin Smith's got of booking his way through to the semi-final.
16.
He needs to
Joshua
win by
Carr,
4 legs to 0
115.
or 4 legs to 1 to keep it all within his own hands, which means this may need to go.
Well, can't find the treble 20.
59. Andy
So
Carr,
Hamilton
40.
will return for tops.
Games on
Takes
the
it with his
leg,
first
Andy
dart,
Hamilton.
break of throw, 16 dart leg and moves into
Second leg,
a
Andy to throw
1-0
first.
lead.
Game on.
There's only 2 score lines Justin Smith could get that would book himself through to the semi-finals automatically, and one of them's just gone because he can no longer win this game by 4 legs to 0. So if Justin Smith is to guarantee passage, he needs to win the next 4 legs. That's not an easy challenge when the guy in front of you is Andy Hamilton.
Now, when thrown against the darts as well in this leg, he must break Hamilton in this leg to try and achieve that 4-1 scoreline.
And it'll have to be some turnaround, because until this point we have not seen the Justin Smith that suggests that would happen. However, we know the quality we've got. We know the sort of explosive nature he can play. And that power scoring starts going for Justin Smith. He can reel this in very quickly. He is one of the real big hitters around that treble 20 that we have here at the Super Series.
$85. $81.
Now Hamilton on 1-2-1. But that's a great shot there by Smith, pressurising this 1-2-1. And there's Chloe. That's Andy Hamilton's partner. Treble 17, the shot now. Not to be. So Smith will be 53. Back for this 76.
76.
And remember, he needs to get this leg. 61 left. It's bullseye. Oh, and he finds it. A super dart there, super check out. He messes it up to start off with, but recovers well.
Game on.
Breaks the throw back, and it's 1-1.
And that's one of those when you're at the back of the stage, you're Andy Hamilton, you're watching on. You see the first dart go wayward, and you think, happy days. It's probably just going to be a dart at the bullseye here. I fancy me chances of a return. And just how quick can it all change? What was we just saying about Justin Smith? Doesn't matter that it's not going well for him at this point. At any point, 78. You can just flip that switch. And here he comes. Kicks off with a maximum.
Yeah, another player that builds on confidence. And you're seeing a different Justin Smith in this leg. Maximum, followed by a 1-3-4.
$140.
Smith well in control of this leg.
140.
Super darts. Leaves himself on 47 after 9.
This is that power scoring that makes him so dangerous. It's led him to many a title, including here at the Super Series.
79. Justin Carl, 47.
22.
Finds a double 8.
Justin Smith
takes the leg. Another leg for him. And it's 2-1 to Smith. 12 dart leg, that one.
$135.
A 12 darter there, backing up the 15 darter of Justin Smith, starting to get those 5
97.
visits or less. That will keep him in excess of the 100 average, which is where you feel he needs to be if he's going to do what moments ago felt like the unthinkable. And that's when 4 legs on the spin against Andy Hamilton to book himself a place in the semi-finals.
137.
This is a great leg from Andy Hamilton.
97.
Remember that Smith needs to win this
59.
match by 4 legs to 1. To go through.
60. Andy O'Carr, 170.
Well, that's looking bleak once again here for Justin Smith. The finish that booked Reece Colley's place here in finals night. Not going to go for the hammer.
42.
It doesn't bring it down too much. All of a sudden, that changes everything. If Justin Smith can deliver here.
41. Andy O'Carr,
Well, he can't.
128.
It's not looking good for Smith. So 128 for Andy. $74 left. Finds it. Double 16 for a 128. Oh,
Game
what a
shot on the
shot
fourth
there
leg,
by Andy Hamilton.
Hamilton.
Super check out.
Fifth leg, Justin to throw first. Game on.
2-2. And that was a 15 dart leg.
Well, that means that Justin Smith
140.
has just had it taken out of his own hands, and he may feel a bit hard done by. He's done his thing. He's raised his game. He's put nearly 20 points on his average from the 4-2 defeat to Conor Heneghan. But Andy Hamilton has been quality at the back end of this week.
60.
And he's looking to book his own passage through to the semi-finals. Just a win. Doesn't matter what score.
60.
Just beat Justin Smith and he's in. Then he can enjoy a game with Conor Heneghan, where they'll be throwing for the advantage of who throws first in the semi-finals.
$60.
But Justin, he's just got to beat the hammer and then sign himself up to the Conor Heneghan fan club.
He does have a lot of support
60.
in here tonight, doesn't he? We heard that earlier.
$139. $140.
Well, Smith is on 101. When he returns, let's see what Andy can do here to pressurise. Oh, when he hits the maximum. Super dart, super timing. Andy a chance now at this 62 to break the throw.
Ooh, he would for the hammer.
30.
Very, very rare miss on the big number for Andy. Normally, so reliable, make sure, deliberate. But gives Justin Smith a bit of a reprieve, a second chance. Again, shuffles left.
9.
Goes high
Andy
over.
O'Carr, 32.
Doesn't find the double 16. That could be a very fatal mistake.
His favourite double as well. Two eights then moves across the hockey to get a clear view of the double 8 bed.
16.
But he can't find it.
O'Carr, 32.
And Smith comes back for his favourite double as well. The 16s are popular with these guys.
You can't get any closer without going in. Oh, that is harsh.
16.
Look at that, right down the wire. He had a closer look. Maybe couldn't believe it himself.
So close. They're the ones that hurt as well.
Especially if Andy Hamilton
He's on the
finds it, and he
fifth leg.
does with the
Andy
opening dart.
Hamilton.
Justin Smith is now in big, big trouble. Andy
Six leg,
Hamilton,
Andy
a breaker
does
throw,
first.
throwing for
Game
the
on.
match. If Andy Hamilton wins this leg, he is through. And Justin Smith will be the first player to be eliminated from our finals night.
$137.
Well, that's a great start for Hamilton. In this leg, throwing for the match, of course.
96. $59.
And this could be a max.
Not
Not quite this time.
He's fighting hard, isn't he? He's battling hard, Justin Smith.
60.
And this could be a little bit of an opening. But again, every time he's had a bit of a chance, going wayward with that opening dart.
68.
Unable to recover the situation again.
Yeah, doesn't leave himself a finish, so a big score here from Andy will make him favourite.
$42.
Well, now he doesn't leave a finish, so bit of the pressure off. He needs to get rid of them loose darts.
45.
All getting a little bit scrappy at the back end of this one. It means so much to Justin Smith. He wants another weekly title. Wants to be back at Champions Week.
85. Just a car 152.
Hamilton just stuttering towards the finishing line. But he'll get a go at this 118.
60.
And Justin left himself lots of work to do. So this is for the semi-finals.
Well, that's a very wayward dart there by the hammer.
78. Just a car 92.
He's had 6 visits to the board here, Andy Hamilton, and yet to get a dart at the double. This will be exactly what Justin Smith would have been dreaming of before a dart was thrown in this leg. Oh, he's left his favourite. What a saviour this could be.
Getting shot on the sixth leg, Justin Smith.
Beautiful, clinical, clean finish there from Justin Smith.
Seventh final leg,
Under
Justin
that sort of pressure,
first.
that's impressive.
Yeah, indeed
Game
it is.
on.
And now he's throwing for the match. Kicks off with a 140. So Hamilton here needs to match him or do better to keep him in contention.
That's what Justin Smith's trying to do here, isn't he? Stay in contention.
134.
A win here, if he wins this leg, it won't put him through, but it'll keep his hopes alive.
57.
Some hope is better than no hope. Especially when you've got Conor Heneghan going into bat for you. It's not a bad ally.
$140.
A great 140 there by Andy.
125.
Responding well to the pressure. Very little to split the pair. Going into the business end of the leg, the business end of the match, and potentially
60.
Business end of the night here for Justin Smith. Win, and there's still hope. Oh, and he's digging deep. He's finding his best when he needs it here, Justin Smith.
139. And your car 167.
Leaves himself an area of the board is not too fond of.
Well, this would be Sunshot if this went. He finds it, my word, the bullseye. And that's some distance away.
30.
A good effort, though, there from Andy Hamilton.
40.
And Justin tops now for the match.
$20.
He hates that area of the board, doesn't he?
37.
Not where you want to be. An area you're not too keen on when you're throwing to stay in the tournament. And that may just make his hate relationship with tops even worse. Because Andy Hamilton now, double 16 for the match. Nice marker. Moves across to open it up. Going to throw into the barrel.
5. Just in your car,
Well,
20.
another twist and turn.
It's been full of them this week, hasn't it? So 2 10s then for Justin. For the match.
Game shot of the match.
And he
Justin
takes
Smith.
it. Close 4-3 victory there for Justin Smith against Andy Hamilton. 17 dart leg. 86.06 for Justin. 88.68. A maximum each. And when we come back after the break, it's Rhys Colley against Carl Sneyd.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow! Well, the first 3 games saw 3 comprehensive results, but before the break, Andy Hamilton missed a chance to go through and, as a consequence, knocked Justin Smith out, missing match starts there against the Bearded Dragon, who will go on to claim a 4-3 victory, kicking his night off with success, and this double 10 getting the job done for the Bearded Dragon. So this is what we've seen so far tonight. Wins for Carl Sneyd, 4-1 against Michael Huntley. Colley Heneghan, 4-2 against Justin Smith. Michael Huntley getting the better of Rhys Colley by a 4-1 scoreline, and that game that we saw before the break. Now that means there's a possibility of a 9-dart shootout when it comes to our 5th game of the night. Rhys Colley can go through automatically with a 4-0 win. Carl Sneyd needs just 2 legs. The only way that Michael Huntley could be eliminated is through that 9-dart shootout, which would happen if Rhys Colley won by 4 legs to 1. So those are permutations then going into this 5th game of the night, and watching it in commentary, Trina Gulliver and Matthew Edgar.
Well, we don't get a 9-dart shootout here too often, but it is on the cards here should Rhys Colley get that 4-1 win. Sneyd, just a couple of legs required for him to book himself through to the semi-finals. And does that make it harder sometimes when you've kind of got a mini task within the task, when the finishing line comes a little bit closer and it's not just about winning the match?
Yeah, it becomes a little bit more complicated, doesn't it? And can kind of like overthink it a little bit and not concentrate on your game. So it's a difficult one.
It is, and it's that pattern we've seen so far this evening of a player coming on the stage and not really performing in their opening game. Michael Huntley did it, lost 4-1 to Sneyd, then really stepped it up against Rhys Colley in his second one and won. Justin Smith did it in his game against Conor Heneghan, came out and stepped it up and won the second match. Can Rhys Colley follow that trend? There's certainly some inspiration from others throughout this evening that just playing poorly in that opening game and losing it quite heavy doesn't mean you're not going to come out and really step it up in your second match.
That's true. That's the pattern that's
24.
Occurring, isn't it, this evening?
It's been a long time, hasn't it, since we've seen Carl Sneyd. He played in our opening game, 4-1 over Huntley. And I think one thing that is very evident is when we're looking for reliability, when we're looking for quality, when we're looking for composure, that has been in the camp of Carl Sneyd.
140.
Indeed it has. I sometimes think that long length, though, between games can be a bit of a hinder.
121. Calicar, 127.
Especially when you played as well as Carl Sneyd did. When you're playing well, you just want to get back on the hockey.
102. Rishikar, 96.
Certainly not affected the output.
Getting shown the first
That's
leg.
great darts
Rhys
there
Colley.
from Rhys Colley. Taking the first leg.
Second leg, Calder through first. Game on.
14 dart leg. There by Rhys.
Beautiful darts, wasn't it? A maximum there as well. A real statement leg.
43.
Well, that's the sort of darts he has to perform if he's to progress.
100.
Maybe he just likes the jeopardy. Maybe he likes to have his back up against the wall because he was in this kind of situation, wasn't he, going into his last game yesterday against Joe Croft. Needed the win.
60.
Came out, won 4-0. 3 monster finishes. 100 plus average. He was exceptional.
He was. He really did perform well.
85.
I'm sure he'd like to do it the easy route, though. You don't always want to be in that position, do you?
100.
No, you'd rather do it a little bit more drama-free.
60.
Only a 60 there for Rhys.
60.
But not punished by Carl. Only managing a 60 himself.
46.
think that's the thing that's been lacking, though, isn't it, this week for Rhys Colley? And he'd be the first to admit just that little bit of consistency. And maybe that comes from what he mentioned in his interview,
60.
that he's just not been playing as much competitive darts as maybe he feels he should. A couple of ADC events, but
100.
maybe should do a little bit more. But he has converted his garage into a bit of a practice facility.
I noticed he did
41.
mention the bar
Richard
first,
Carr,
though, not the
110.
dartboard.
Yeah, he didn't mention the dartboard at all, really, did he?
70. Carl 137.
Chance now for Carl on this 137. Can't be done now. So Rhys will be back for tops
93.
for a 2-0
Richard
lead.
Carr 40. Getting shot on the second leg. Rhys Colley.
And that's exactly
Good luck, Rhys, to third
what he
first.
does.
Game on.
Pins a double top. Goes 2-0 ahead and a break of throat.
What a
86.
very strange evening we're having. We said it's been a very tight week. The groups have been tight. We nearly had the situation where Group A was won with 16 points. It was ended up with 18 points by Carl Sneyd. We had Group C and Group B go down to the very last matches, down to the wire, leg
140.
difference coming into play. And then this evening, that trend has continued. One of the tightest, one of the most turning and twisting weeks I've ever seen here at the Super Series.
140.
Yeah, it's definitely been a week of swings and roundabouts.
$97.
The permutations this week has just blown us out of the
93.
water, hasn't it?
It's hard to keep up.
60. Carl 88.
88 then. Double 14. Oh, and he
Getting shot on the
takes
third
it.
leg. Carl Sneyd.
Gets a leg on the board.
Talk about stepping up when you
Fourth
need
leg, Carl,
to.
the third
11 darter there for Carl Sneyd. And what that does is that now
Game on.
eliminates the possibility of Rhys Colley booking his way through. He still can, but it may be at the expense of a 9-dart shootout. 4-1 is the scoreline that Rhys is looking for.
100. 100. $60.
Averages at the moment of this match is Rhys 90.92, Carl 95.64.
100.
Can see them there on your screen.
Yeah, quality game. Two players well and truly in the running, well and truly in the mix for the semi-finals.
60.
I mean, the positive here for Carl Sneyd is he can't be eliminated in this game. Even if Rhys Colley goes on to win it by 4-1, he will have another opportunity
91.
in the 9-dart shootout, where Rhys Colley can't afford to lose another leg. One more leg for Carl Sneyd, and it's a done deal.
Well, he piles in a maximum. It's making it very difficult for Rhys here.
100. Carl 101.
A chance for Carl to take out 101.
This could be the moment. This could be the moment Carl Sneyd books himself a place in the semi-final. It's double 16.
85. Richard Carl 110.
Just comes inside, and it's the same numbers, a different order though here for Rhys Colley. But he won't get a dart at the outer
56.
ring, giving Carl Sneyd
Carl
3 in
Carl
hand
16.
to send Rhys Colley packing.
Getting shot on the
And that's
fourth
it.
leg. Carl
Sneyd gets to the magic number of 2 legs. That confirms
Fifth
that
leg
Carl
reached the
Sneyd
first.
will be
Game
going
on.
through to the semi-final stage, and he will be taking with him Michael Huntley. Rhys Colley is out.
45.
It's so cutthroat, isn't it?
That's what I love though about a Saturday night. Just jeopardy galore. And when you think about it, there's 6 players taking part, and we're only losing 2. But it just feels like there's so much. I'm going to use the word again, jeopardy. Love it.
So much drama, isn't there,
81.
around every dart thrown, really.
Just to eliminate 2 players out of the 6.
Exactly that.
54.
And the other benefit here for Carl Sneyd is, regardless of what the scoreline is, he's done his job. He has won this group, which means
59.
He will have the advantage of the throw in the semi-final stage. And when we're looking at a group like we are here, when we're looking at a week like we are, that the margin has been so
44.
fine, that advantage of throw could be key.
Absolutely. Fines in a max. His 3rd of this match. 2 for Rhys Colley.
Car 41.
So 41 now. Topsy requires. Well, slips into the 1. So needs to tidy this up. And hope
21.
He will return.
20.
Finds tops.
Rhys Colley.
A great 120 check out there by Rhys Colley. Leads the match by 3 games to 2.
It's a great finish, but it's probably a finish that'll just annoy him even more. Thinking, where was that earlier on in the night when I could really have used that? When we're talking about the fine margins of just a couple of legs
60.
to keep yourself in the running. Carl Sneyd, he can lose this leg, he can lose this game. He's through, he's won the group. It's a done deal.
57.
Yeah, and irrelevant of what Rhys does from here, even if he wins the match, he's still eliminated.
60. $60. $100. $94.
You can tell in the whole demeanour of Rhys Colley is very well aware that this is a done deal now in regards to his qualification.
$57.
Yeah, looking a bit dejected, isn't he? Oh,
18.
That's so unlucky. His last dart knocks out his 2 previous darts and only scores 18.
And that'll be the shot that will make him feel that that just summarises his whole evening.
60.
Yeah, he'll be questioning, well, that's where my luck is. On the floor.
180.
But Paul's in a 180 for fun anyway.
Real positive response as well, that wasn't it, for Colley. Didn't dwell on it.
58.
Didn't curse his luck. Didn't shake his fist up to the skies.
I went for double-double.
Car 106.
Not to be. Just leave himself 36 should he return. But 106 here for Carl to level the match. Tops then.
66.
And he's wired it.
Rhys Car 36.
Double 9 then. And he finds that. So a 4-2 victory. However, Rhys will not qualify as Carl is through. 85-88 for Rhys and an 89-91 for Carl. 6 maximums in that match. And when we come back after the break, we have Andy Hamilton and Conor Heneghan.
54. Charlie Maguire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Gave wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Got
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got it, the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where, as far as Group 1 is concerned, we have seen Carl Sneyd and Michael Huntley make it through to the semi-finals. Colley is out, and this is how Group 2 looks. Andy Hamilton has to beat Conor Heneghan to qualify, but any win for the Hammer would see him through. Conor Heneghan needs just 2 legs to qualify. Justin Smith will qualify with either a Heneghan win or a 4-0 or 4-1 success for Andy Hamilton. It's the final group game of the night, and watching this one in the commentary box, we're going to hand over to Matthew Edgar and Trina Gulliver. Hello again, guys.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, lots of different possibilities, permutations, twists and turns to go through this one. And what we're going to do for you is we're going to tick them off one by one. For Justin Smith, this is a nightmare game. This is one of those where you may sit in the back room and change allegiance quite a lot. 1 minute you're going to be cheering for Conor, then you could change the move to Andy Hamilton. But for Conor, it's very simple. It's the very same equation as what we just saw in the last game with Carl Sneyd. He doesn't need to win the game. He just needs 2 legs. 2 legs, and he is into the semi-finals. And the semi-final lineup would be complete. Trainer, have you got all the different twists and turns and permutations marked down and ready to go?
Well, I've got them all marked down and ready to go. Whether I understand them or not is a different matter.
Ditto.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. First leg, Andy did through first. Game on.
Yet to see anyone really find that big A game tonight. Looking through all the averages and stats of the evening, no one yet to break the 90 mark, which, looking at the players coming into this, we thought it may be the case,
57.
but this is the sort of game where you expect it to go. When all the chips are down, when it's players battling it out, players with experience, players with winning pedigree on that stage.
60.
I'm expecting this to be quite a tasty clash.
$100.
Well, manages to find a trouble with his last start there, Hamilton.
140.
2 there for Heneghan.
Reminder, Carl Sneyd has gone through Group 1 as the group winner. Michael Huntley going through as the runner-up of that group. So the winner of this group will be playing against Michael Huntley.
45.
And they will be having the darts, which will be quite significant because so far every single game has gone with the throw. Something you'd probably expect with these tight groups, but that wasn't the case Thursday, was it? 8 games going against the darts.
123.
Yeah, it's had everything this week.
$58. Andy O'Carr, 125.
Good start on the bullseye here, Andy Hamilton. Or could opt to persist on the 20s. Due to that, Conor Heneghan not on the throw. He has gone for the ball. He's hit the ball. Double 12.
101.
That would have been a settler there for the hammer. And Conor Heneghan was watching on in the back. He was looking to see what the situation was. Well, we go on.
134.
Heneghan ready to pounce should Andy Hamilton make a slip.
It's a double 12.
Game
He takes it with his first dart.
Andy Hamilton.
And a holder throw there for Andy Hamilton. A 16 dart leg.
To throw first. Game on.
Solid.
60.
Now, you were saying about 4-0s earlier. There hasn't been many this week. Up until Thursday, there was only one.
99.
For the 3 days.
I like that there for Conor Heneghan. Just didn't feel quite settled. Maybe the passage of the dart moving
100.
to the throwing hand from the holding hand just didn't quite get that pass right.
I think you find that's Carl Sneyd's little girl.
Looks like she's having a great night, doesn't she? She's got some colouring crayons there, empty bag of crisps, some Maltesers.
134.
I might go and join her in a minute. I like a bit of colouring in.
It looks like a great night, that. So I normally spend a Saturday like that. Big bag of Maltesers, bag of crisps, bit of darts on the telly.
$80.
Which makes you think what it would mean for Carl Sneyd, having his family here as well. If he is to go on and pick up a weekly title, adding to the success of the Challenge Tour this year. What a 2025 that would be.
Yeah, he has 2 girls.
85.
Fia, who's
Conor
age
O'Carr,
4.
143.
And Hallie, who's age 6. I'm sure they're enjoying watching Daddy.
54. Andy O'Carr, 103.
103 then for Andy. Treble 19 the target. Or treble 17 then. Okay. Double 16. Oh, and a great shot there. 103 checkout from Andy Hamilton. Leads this match by 2 legs to 0. And a break of throw.
And this is where, for Justin Smith in the back room, this is where he's going to be hopping from player to player. Because to start with, the easiest equation was Conor Heneghan wins this game. That takes Justin Smith through alongside him. However, now he's probably moving towards Andy Hamilton. But if that is the case, Andy Hamilton has to win 4-0 or 4-1. If Conor Heneghan gets to 2 legs, Justin Smith jumps back into Conor Heneghan.
$139.
A great leg of darts here.
60.
Averages at the moment 99 plus for Andy Hamilton, 87 plus for Conor.
We've been waiting for it, haven't we? We've been waiting for that
94.
big stand-up performance, that big game. And it's no surprise to see a player with such a big CV like Andy Hamilton really coming to the forefront when he needs it the most.
It's Conor Heneghan pars in a 180. First of the match. Leaves himself on 1-2-1.
98. Conor Carr 121.
Finds the treble 11. Double 14 is hit and found. Or even found and hit. Gets a leg on the board and a break of throw. Trails by 2 legs to 1. Look at them averages there.
Well, what a conversion that was there for Conor Heneghan. The 180, the shot before, the 1-2-1, 301 points in 6 darts. When Andy Hamilton was starting to go, and I'm liking what I'm seeing here. Conor Heneghan getting fired up, starting to get emotional, and I guarantee you now, if Andy Hamilton starts finding to that same level, if he starts hitting those big scores, he's going to join in. This could get very fiery and very, very good very, very quickly.
57.
That is the Champion of Champions that will be coming your way on the 29th of June. One of the players that was not on that flyer, probably now the headline act, the 5-time champion of the world, Raymond van Barneveld, will be taking to that stage for the very first time. There'll be a lot of eyes on focus on him. Currently inside a spot for the world match play.
94.
Will no doubt be a big favourite, but he's in there with some real big contenders.
$85.
Managed to find a treble with his last dart there.
$134.
I don't think I've ever seen a crowd of people watching a game so intensely. It's absolutely silent in there with reactions and feedback at the perfect times.
Yeah, the order is good, isn't it?
Look at that, everyone just engrossed in the game, staring at the screens.
Conor Carr 76.
Enjoying this battle, and why not? It's a quality affair. Andy Hamilton averaging over 100. It could go level.
36.
Oh, that's wayward.
Carr 66.
Yeah, a bit of a wild one there from Heneghan. Chance for Andy to put away this 66.
A lot of adrenaline, wasn't there, in that last start? Choices for the hammer. Chooses double 16. To put himself a leg away from the semi-finals.
Game shown the 4th leg. Andy
As
Hamilton.
predicted, Andy Hamilton joining in with a bit of the roar. This is a game that both players will really enjoy. Playing with his fire, playing with his intensity. Just getting into the heat of the battle. But let's remind you, again, the permutation, because they're changing leg on leg, throw on throw. Andy Hamilton wins this leg, he is through. And Conor Heneghan would be out. Justin Smith would go through alongside Andy Hamilton.
So this is a moment where Justin
85
is on the allegiance of Andy Hamilton now.
Absolutely. He's on camp Andy Hamilton. However, if Andy Hamilton loses this leg, he's then going to jump to Conor Heneghan and hope he turns it around and wins the match. Because that result, Andy Hamilton 4-2 or 4-3, would eliminate Justin Smith.
Crikey, gets complicated, doesn't it?
Did you expect anything different from this week?
Well, this week's just
78.
Entertaining.
Oh, wow, that's one word for it. Confusing's another.
But look when we need a bit of quality. Look when we need someone to stand up. So we've not had an average over 90 so far tonight in our first 5 matches. We was wondering where it was going to come from. It's coming from the hammer, because he's not just going an average over 90. He's averaging over 100. 100.57. Vintage from the hammer. And he could just be 173 points away from the semi-finals.
$131.
Well, that's super darts there. Hamilton. And he's got to fill this up to give him any chance, and he does so. Another max from Conor. Second of the match.
But it's 2 darts for Andy Hamilton. And 1 dart is all he needs. There's the reaction, there's the roar, there's the passion and the emotion of Andy Hamilton. He is through to the semi-final, and he will be taking with him Justin Smith. Conor Heneghan has battled hard this week. He won Group B. He had an average there of 97.57, but he departs the stage, he departs the tournament on his 11th time here on a Saturday night. But that was brilliant there for the hammer. An average of 100.79 puts him through to the semi-finals.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. The group stage action has come to a close on this Saturday night. And in the end, we saw Andy Hamilton eliminate Conor Heneghan with the performance of the evening so far. Average in excess of a ton. Conor Heneghan himself played well, but ran into an inspired hammer. 4-1 win for him, seizing through at the expense of Conor Heneghan. That means Justin Smith also got out of Group 2. As far as Group 1 is concerned, Michael Huntley and Carl Sneyd were the two players that made it through. So this is how the semi-final lineup looks. Carl Sneyd will take on Justin Smith, whilst Andy Hamilton will go up against Michael Huntley before the final a little bit later on this evening. So that is how tonight looks. We've been watching all of the action in the company of the 10-time world champion, Trina Gulliver, who joins me here in the studio now. Let's begin by talking about Group 1 and beginning by talking about Carl Sneyd, who got the evening off to a perfect start, really, didn't he?
Yeah, he did a victory with his first game, and great starts for him. And then he only needed the 2 legs then going into the following game, and he's managed to get it.
Does it look businesslike from Carl tonight?
Yeah, I think so. I think that couple of days of having a break has probably done him a little bit of good, and so spent it with his family, so nice and chilled out.
Maybe the swimming's the secret formula.
Maybe the swimming is.
In terms of Michael Huntley, obviously it's the first time we've seen him here in a finals night for quite a while, and it looks like he's making the best of the opportunity, isn't he?
Yes, he didn't have the best first game again, and he came out firing on all cylinders in the second. So, yeah, he's managed to put some good darts together tonight, but especially in the second game.
As for East Colley, he's going to be gutted tonight, isn't he?
He is going to be gutted. He made a super performance yesterday in his last match of the day to get himself through, and he hasn't quite produced today, so he'll be disappointed.
In terms of Group 2, Justin Smith has made it through, and I'd imagine he was probably watching that last game before the break there on absolute tenterhooks.
Yeah, he'd been in the back room. He'll either be pacing up and down, or he'll be fidgeting for sure. That's for sure. And his allegiance would have been going from one player to another, depending on the scoreline, obviously.
And look, Andy Hamilton, of course, had those darts to beat him in that game that Justin won in his second game of the evening. How things could have been so different.
Yeah, I mean, Justin hasn't played that great tonight, to be fair, but he's managed to pull off that win at the right time, and to put him in contention. And Andy did him some favours there by taking out Conor Heneghan.
In terms of Andy Hamilton, that performance there before the break, knowing that it was effectively a knockout game for him, that says a lot about his character, doesn't it, to put out that performance under pressure?
Absolutely. That's Andy Hamilton all over. That he's shown that true grit and determination all week. And it's like he said earlier, in his interview, it's not over till the fat lady sings, and he truly believes that.
So they are the final 4 here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth on this Saturday. We're going to break away from the darts for just a second, because yesterday it was announced that the 2 Lukes, Littler and Humphreys, would join Trina Gulliver in a very exclusive club of people involved in the sport of darts to get MBEs.
Game shot on the first leg. Dieter Heneghan.
By getting 2 double tops. There's one. He's won it! What a game of darts!
We've all done this. Everyone who's watching's done this in the bedroom, haven't they?
Game, shot, and the perfect 9. Luke Humphreys.
So Luke Humphreys nails the 9-darter.
So, Luke Littler and Luke Humphreys, MBEs for services to darts, whilst Dieter Hedman, OBE for services to darts and charity. So, 3 members of our darting family getting honours in the King's Birthday honours list. And I suppose for darts, the recognition that it's had over the last couple of years has been unlike probably what we've seen before. And I suppose it's no surprise that it's been recognised in circles, I suppose, beyond the sport, the fact that we've got 3 players on the list for MBEs and OBEs respectively.
Yeah, I mean, it's superb. It's great for the game, and You've got Luke Humphries, who's been a fantastic champion through his time as champion. Speaks with great demeanour and everything, and he's a really good ambassador for the sport. You've got Luke Littler, who's produced the Littler effect, which has made darts massive again, and then you've got Dieter Hedman, who does so much work for charities as well, and also she's been going for years, and she's got hundreds of titles.
They join you in that exclusive car. I want to talk about your memories of that. First of all, do you remember where you were with when the letter came through?
In the kitchen at home, and it came in a brown envelope, and I was thinking, I'm sure I've paid my taxes, and which it wasn't that obviously, but because it said Her Majesty on the back, and so I opened the thing, and I was gobsmacked.
And then when you got it, who gave you the MBE in the end?
It was actually Prince Charles. He was Prince Charles at the time, and so yes, it was that, and it was at Buckingham Palace.
I'm sure some fantastic memories for sure, and congratulations to the two Lukes and Dieter for picking up their MBEs and OBEs respectively. Back to the thrust of the action here tonight at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, because we've got a couple of semi-finals coming up for you. It kicks off with Carl Sneyd against Justin Smith before Andy Hamilton then takes on Michael Huntley. Let's talk about the first semi-final. I suppose in terms of Carl and Justin, when you think about the way that they approach the game, it's almost like two different demeanors going head-to-head, where Carl Sneyd's somebody who's cool, calm, collected, whereas Justin's almost, I suppose, an enigmatic figure.
Yeah, I mean, they're both pretty laid back, to be fair, and but Carl's had a better time of it here, I think, at the moment, and going into that game, I think Carl is the favourite.
Has he just got that edge of the final?
He's just got that edge at the moment, I think. And Justin's game has been a little bit hit and miss tonight. So, he's been there 1 minute. But then if he produces things there at the right time, it can be his too.
And then just quickly, a word on that second semi-final we're going to see between Andy Hamilton and Michael Huntley. Yeah,
well, that's going to be interesting as well. I expect Andy to produce some good darts again, and he won't give up. So Michael will have a battle on his hands.
Trina, thank you. We'll make you make that little trip over to the commentary box ahead of our first semi-final, which is a meeting between Carl Sneyd and Justin Smith.
Game shot on the match, Kelsey.
He gets over the line.
For the match.
Game shot on the match.
And he takes it.
Well, the time for the video games is over. It's time for the serious business to begin. And we're going to see Justin Smith and Carl Sneyd go toe-to-toe for the first place through to tonight's final. Trina Gulliver's made the short trip over to the commentary box, where she has joined Matthew Edgar.
Big fan of that promo video there with the retro computer game graphics there. But who's going to be getting into the final boss battle? Carl Sneyd looking to get himself through to the final, been improving on every occasion, but Justin Smith's been there. He's done it, he's won it. But it was some time ago, Series 2, around the Christmas period, beating Martin Adams en route to picking up his title. But as Trina's just alluded to, Justin Smith a little bit inconsistent this evening, but does have that explosive game which we all know about. My big thought here is what has the turnaround time been like for Justin Smith? He didn't know he'd be in this situation. He had to sit back and watch the last game. He needed score lines to happen. It did. Andy Hamilton 99. Won by 4 legs to 1. That's how Justin Smith got his passage, which means he's only known he's going up in this slot for around about 7 minutes or so. Would he have been sat down watching? Would he have been preparing? What do you think you would have done, Trin? You'd have ticked over and just hoped for the best?
Yeah, 60. Well, you'd have been on edge, that's for sure, wouldn't you? You'd have probably been watching and throwing a few as well. And
81.
There's nothing worse than not having any control of your destiny, kind of thing. He had to wait 97. For things to be sorted between them two before he knew where he was.
Oh, we hear it all the time, don't we, from the family, the friends
61.
of the players, that it's horrible to sit back and watch and have no control of things, even when you're a player yourself and you're watching a friend or a family member take on to the sport.
Yeah, always.
59.
There's Conor Heneghan. Sat in the crowd.
Another disappointment
59.
on a Saturday night for Conor Heneghan. 11 tries at picking up the weekly title now. Been yet to add to his weekly wins. I'm
32.
sure it will be coming in the future. Far too good not to win another week here. But they are getting highly
100.
competitive weeks here at the Super Series.
154.
This is getting a competitive leg here. Carl Sneyd unable to take out the big finish, and this is in range for Justin Smith. And these are the sort of shots that really do change games, because this is a chance here for Justin to get the breaker throw. And we've seen what he can do when he gets his nose in
Justin
front. A very
100.
good front runner is Justin.
Yeah, so a ton here now. Well, that was a slip dart, surely. Treble 16 was the
36.
target, but
Carl Carr,
clearly
56.
slipped out of his hand. So a chance now for Carl. Take out this 56. Tops.
36.
Can't be done.
Justin Carr,
So a chance now for
64.
Smith to break the throw of Sneyd. Double 8.
No score. Carl Carr,
He busts
20.
the score.
Low again, wasn't it? It was low when he went for the 16s, low when he's gone for the double 8. Carl Sneyd gets an 8th visit to the board here to hold his throw, and still
10.
can't get over the line.
Justin Carr, 64.
Nervy opening leg. Carl Sneyd looking to get as far as he ever has here at the Super Series.
Game shot on the first leg,
Perhaps
Justin
better
Smith.
clean up from Justin Smith. A breaker throw that could
Second leg,
just
Justin
spark
to
him
third
into
first.
life here in semi-final number 1.
Game on.
Andy Hamilton, Michael Huntley in the back room getting ready for their semi-final clash. But every single game in the group stages went with the player
31.
throwing first. That would suggest that Carl Sneyd has a big advantage in this semi-finals. However, semi-final will have a completely different feel about it.
100. $100.
Needs to find a treble.
100.
And he does so with his last start. Them 2 first starts stood up well to receive
40.
treble.
Shirt of the 16-time champion of the world, Phil the Power Taylor, who will once again be coming to the live lounge here for an audience with Phil Taylor. That will be taking part the night before the Champion of Champions event.
60.
Another
Carl
opportunity to
121.
hear the stories of the legendary career.
$97.
Finds treble 19 with his last start to leave him 24. And Smith way back on 270 in this leg. Looking like Carl will
60. Carl Carr,
break
24.
the throw. Carl just struggling on doubles at the moment in this match.
Well, that really will affect the confidence when you're struggling at the back end of legs. 8 darts now at a double for Carl
132.
Sneyd without
Carl
finding
6.
any success. And now Justin Smith ready to strike double 3. Not an ideal one, especially with that angle of
Big shot on the
entry, which
second leg,
makes
Carl
that a
Sneyd.
fantastic dart for Carl Sneyd. He could blocked up a bit of that target, would have
Third
to have
leg, Carl,
played
the third
around the
first.
dart. You know, the 10th time of asking, finally nails the outer
Game
ring.
on.
One apiece, and back to normal throw.
98. $94.
A nice find there with the last start. Picks out the treble 18.
43. $96.
Starting to find his range on that treble 20 now, Carl Sneyd, who has been the most consistent player of the night so far. Both of his games in the group stages managed to find averages of 89. If he'd have found an average of 89 here, he'd probably be 2, if not 3-0 up by now.
Well, Smith fires in a 180 there to leave himself on 131.
60. Jusuka 131.
Cole does leave himself a finish, but it is a big one. Saying that, he has
99.
taken it out this week.
160.
Knows he's capable, but not from this point. We thought the player thrown first would have a bit of an advantage, however, we could be in for our third successive break of throw.
Double 8.
16. Counter 60.
Well, chance for Carl to hold his throw here. 20 for tops. Moves across the hockey. Double 10. And he finds it with his third dart. And a bit of relief there on the face of Carl.
Fourth leg Justin to throw
Holds his throw 2 legs to 1.
Absolutely relief, the emotion for Carl Sneyd, because we've had 14 missed starts at a double already. And we've only completed 3 legs.
43.
Significant payday on the line as well for the pair. An opportunity to get through the Champions Week. And what a Champions
100.
Week it's looking like already. Jeff Smith is already there. Scott Taylor, previous winner here at the Super Series. He's in the lineup. John O'Shea and the reigning WDF World Champion Shane McGurk. That is the 4 players that have already booked their way through. We'll be putting another one tonight, another one next week, and then we'll be moving our attention very slightly as we get ready for Women's Week number 4. Something are you looking forward to, Trina?
I am indeed. I should be taking part. Starting the week in Group A.
80.
You just love a week in Portsmouth now, don't you?
So it seems.
$81. $99. Jusuka 102.
So 102 for Justin. 82 now. Well, the target was the bullseye. Would have left him 32. His favourite double.
44.
Chance for Carl now for 164.
$138. Jusuka 58.
Tops then. 2 10s. Well, he finds the 2 10s. Levels a match at 2 apiece.
Both holding it together at the real key moments there. Carl Sneyd breathing down his neck, looking at the breaker throat, looking for a bit of a gap in the scoreline. Just taking a moment now, just trying to make sure, using that composure, using the experience that he's been gaining at a crash course rate over the last 12 months.
100.
And getting some invites onto the PDC Pro Tour. We'll be expecting a few more as 2025 continues to go through.
61.
Well, that second dart there was a bit of a strange one, wasn't it?
Always horrible to
81.
lose a dart to the floor, especially when you're chasing against the opponent in this situation. You're halfway through the match, only essentially a best of 3, and you're against
100.
the darts. You need every single dart to be scoring.
$134.
Good darts there from Carl. Leaves himself on 150 when he returns.
140. Caldecott 150.
Can't be done now.
50.
So Smith a chance
100.
at this ton. He's debating. Treble 16.
57.
Not a fan of
Caldecott
tops, is he?
100.
So never really thought he was going to go for the tops there. Probably just seeing if he could find a way into the treble 20. Tops was the target there for Carl Sneyd.
60.
But Justin Smith now,
43.
this is a chance to take control. This is a chance to make himself favourite to make the final once again here at the Super Series. And it's 2 darts at his favourite. Same again, go left, throw high.
Getting shot on the 5th leg, Justin
Yes,
Smith.
and he pins it. Perfect dart from Justin
6 leg,
Smith
Justin
there.
to throw first.
Breaks the throw of Carl Sneyd.
Game on.
He's throwing for the match.
He'll be thinking here just 140. Get a couple of trebles. Get control. Put the pressure on
80.
Sneyd. There's another one on the floor. I thought we had one of those really weird scenarios there where it went and it sort of flicked back into the board. Like an illusion on the eye.
140.
There's the opening 140 as prescribed.
55.
Carl will be looking to pressurise that shot.
95.
Would have liked more. But he's managed to wrestle the darts back, really.
60. $96.
Well, leaves the big fish.
44. Caldecott 170.
Not to be this time.
96.
Justin Smith needs to hit very, very big here. A couple of trebles required. Well, you move over to the 18s.
96. Caldecott
Interesting.
74.
I think maybe he's just becoming aware of what he's done.
Getting shot on the 6th leg. Carl Sneyd.
Takes a 74 out. Treble 18, double 10. Levels the match.
Seven to
And
final
we go
leg,
into
Carl
a
to throw
deciding
first.
leg.
Game on.
And Carl has the darts.
Beautiful, clean finish there for Carl Sneyd. And this is where the advantage of winning the group comes into play.
85.
Because it means he has the throw in the deciding leg. And that's been key throughout this evening. Not one game has gone to the player throwing second.
60.
Yeah, an interesting fact that
83.
is the trend going to continue.
A relieving last start there for Carl Sneyd, just chipping away. Find that one treble a throw, force Justin
60.
Smith to hit something big. And Justin Smith unable to find a treble with his opening 6. That means these 1 treble visits for Carl Sneyd are more than enough.
96.
The gap is starting to appear. Needs to be a max. Can't be anything less.
140.
Well, he did his utmost. Manages a 140.
$140.
And Carl replies with the same.
Justin's in trouble. Needs a treble.
43.
Can't find it.
Carl
Carl
Sneyd
Sneyd now. 6 darts guaranteed to book himself a place in the final for the first time here at the Super Series at the expense of a previous weekly winner from Series number 2 in
39.
Justin Smith. Just chips it down. Leaves a handy 2 dart combination.
92. Carl 58.
To 58 now. For the match. Tops. And he finds it with his 3rd dart. A 4-3 victory there for Carl Sneyd. Carl with an 83.01, 77.24, 180 apiece, and that's Carl going through to the final. Coming up next, we have Andy Hamilton and Michael Huntley.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
So when you have a sense that maybe they're saving their energy. However, Peter Wachuri should be looking at treble 18.
the story continues to go for Peter Wachuri. He's had a 1-4-9 tonight. Just double checking with the referee there. And usually, with one dart in hand at tops.
Game shot, the second leg, developed between these two. Charlie Manby looking to exercise that in terms of the scoreline. He's going to go for the big fish. He's going to get the big fish.
For that fourth game of the night, Spivey really has turned up. Who told him to do that?
Treble 20 now for the bullseye. Oh, what a shot.
Relative comfort, there's 130 for Coates. Needs to go, and that's exactly what it does.
This is what we are watching next week here at the Live Lounge Reporter. Peter Wachuri will be returning. Neil Duff is going to be returning in Group A. He's going to be looking for another weekly title. Charlie Manby is certainly a name that catches the eye. And Adam Gavlas is going to be making his debut as well. Group B, Henry Coates, exciting young talent there alongside Martin Toss. We love it when Tomo's here in Portsmouth. And David Wazowski too. Group C, Darren Johnson with the nickname DJ because his first name's Darren and his last name's Johnson, is alongside Kira Tian and Jonathan Platt. The action will get underway for Monday morning at 9:30. So this is what we've seen so far this evening. These are the results. We saw Carl Sneyd make it through to their first final here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth with a 4-3 win over Justin Smith. The second semi-final is between Andy Hamilton and Michael Huntley.
Two darts for Andy Hamilton. And one dart is all he needs. Darts to get the job done here. 2 handfuls. Take 3. Finally, Michael Huntley at the 8th time of asking gets over the line.
So, for the right to take on Carl Sneyd in the final, it's a meeting between Michael Huntley and Andy Hamilton. Well, let's watch this one then in the company of Trina Gulliver and Matthew Edgar.
Well, here we go. The second semi-final of this evening. Andy Hamilton and Mike Huntley. Who will join Carl Sneyd in the final?
Been a good night, hasn't it, for Andy Hamilton? Really has put in some good performances, most notably that one against Conor Heneghan that booked his way through. He needed a solid win. He got it by 4 legs to 1, an average of over 100 as he is looking for his second Super Series weekly title. For Michael Huntley, this is a replica of the best performance we have seen from him so far. He did reach a semi-final in a previous visit here to the Live Lounge, looking to get to the final for the very first time.
Oh, Michael didn't
Thank you,
start
ladies and gentlemen,
off
boys and girls. First
that
leg,
great
Andy through first.
defeat with
Game
his
on.
first match. Oh, no, he didn't. It was a 4-1 victory, but it wasn't the best of matches.
I think Andy Hamilton's shown some real qualities, hasn't he, this week? And this is a repeat of a Group C clash. This is the Group C winner taking on the Group C runner-up. Andy Hamilton coming off the pace in that Group C to run through his fixtures on Friday and book himself a place here on the Saturday night. And maybe right now, as things stand, Andy Hamilton could look like the safest option in regards to picking a winner, because he's got the experience. We know he's got the hunger, the determination and the drive.
95.
And we've just seen Carl Sneyd sort of drop the levels slightly as the finishing lines come into sight. And we know that's something that Andy Hamilton is not going to struggle
41.
with. Right now, could be the favourite. But a long way to go. First, he's got to get past Michael Huntley, who has battled his way through to the semi-finals for the second time here.
$44. $100.
I managed to find a treble. That's there is Chloe's mother, Chloe being Andy Hamilton's partner. So the in-laws are in, Andy. Behave.
58.
The Hamilton section. And they've not had an easy ride tonight, have they? Supporting their guy, Andy.
55. Under your car, 170.
He's had some close calls.
But this, looking like a comfortable opening leg. Seen this finish already this week. I don't think we'd have seen Andy Hamilton go for it, though. And that's due to the fact that Huntley a long way back on 262.
100.
And Andy Hamilton right now will be just thinking about getting the win and booking that place in the final. Not think of any sort of fanfare or flashy viral moments.
However, saying that, there was a game in the
92.
week where he left
Under
himself
car,
50
70.
and he went straight for it.
Yeah, it was the end of Thursday, wasn't it, when he did just pick up a couple of victories out of his 5 games.
Double 16 then.
38. Michael
Be this time, so an outside
170.
chance here for Huntley. This 170. I can't find the second treble.
105. Under your car, 32.
Oh, a bit of a miss hit there. So double 6.
20. Michael car,
Jansen
65.
for Mike.
An unexpected chance. Andy Hamilton ran away with this in the early part of the leg. Huntley's just stumbled down to the finishing line, and when he's got there, he said, "Thank you very much for the opportunity, Mr. Hamilton."
Second leg, Michael to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, takes his chance. Andy gave him. So breaks the throw
85.
of Hamilton as well.
Unexpected scrappy start to this semi-final. I think there's been a lot of nerves on display, and that may come to the fact of the players just looking around the room, seeing where the danger comes from, and then maybe
83.
fancying the chances. Maybe looking around at their opponents and thinking, well, I can beat you. I've beat you already this week.
100.
Because that will enter their heads. You know, they'll think, okay, I've played you, for example, 4 times this week. I'm 3-1 up. I've got you here.
Well, your head-to-head record really does matter.
121.
What also matters is the ability to cope with situations. And one thing we know, when Andy Hamilton is not at his best, he's more than happy just to be a little bit more deliberate about things, just to play at a slower pace. And Huntley may just need to check that run up to the Yockey, because you saw there, got to the Yockey, had to stop. That's just experience, because although Huntley is of a senior age, he doesn't
81.
have as much experience at this level. Again, he stood waiting.
Yeah, eager to approach.
44.
There's Andy. When he approaches, he's not at the Yockey when the darts are retrieved.
You get into that moment with some
46.
players, you'll see they'll walk to the hockey and they'll actually stand on. This is better. Huntley's aware. He's figured it out already. He's found himself stood at the hockey waiting. So on this occasion, just waiting till Hamilton has already got his darts.
95.
That means you're not
Under
stood
car 170.
having things outside of your control. Really intelligent play from the Welshman. But where's Andy Hamilton gone? The Andy Hamilton that won so convincingly by 4 legs to 1 to Conor Heneghan.
115. Michael Carr 77.
Well, slips with her first start, but recovers well with the 2 19s, 2 treble 19s. Double 5 now for Huntley.
67.
Oh, and why is
Under
it?
car 55.
Chance for Hamilton to break straight back. Just taking his time.
Wasn't settled in his approach, was he? And one thing we know about Andy Hamilton throughout the years is he will only do things when he is ready to do them.
Like Andy
And he
Hamilton.
was ready, and he delivers.
Yeah,
Further
that's
Andy
one
to
player
third
that will
first.
not be
Game
rushed.
on.
Couple of darts there, wasn't they, for Huntley? They could be quite key when we're doing the assessment at the end of this match.
85.
Chance to double the lead, a chance to confirm the breaker throw.
$45.
Neither of them have really fired at the moment, have they?
Not at all.
Both struggling
60.
to make any impact.
And it's quite tricky, isn't it, when you expect a little bit more from your opponent and it's not coming, because you feel like you've got to capitalise on these opportunities
23.
when your opponent's not playing, which just breaks the shot down, and instead of playing a game, you just play shot for shot.
Yeah, and you put yourself under pressure doing just that.
I think that's what we're seeing right now.
60.
As soon as one player sparks, you tend to find it carries the other one along with them.
Hamilton indicating there to the crowd that he's
60.
an inch or so away. And there's Chloe. Camera shy, clearly.
$100. $60.
Oh, both throwing above the treble at times. And quite a way away. Not threatening the treble 20.
Yeah, not happening at all here for Mike Huntley. 12 darts thrown, and he's still in the 300s. Just appears to be struggling with the pace of this one. Making adjustments, not quite finding any sort of consistency in the approach,
Under car 96.
which is coming out as very inconsistent on the dartboard as well. And you can see getting very red in the face. The veins starting to bulge on the side of the head. He's getting frustrated.
Getting shown the third
Fidgety,
leg.
pulling
Andy
up the
Hamilton.
shirt, and that's not going to help the situation either when you're seeing your opponent starting to find
Fourth leg Michael to throw first.
back-to-back 17
Game on.
darters there for the hammer.
$60.
Yeah, the trebles are eluding Mike Huntley.
I can't remember the last time he hit one. It's been a good 6+ visits.
83. 135.
Better for Huntley. Finding a couple of trebles, looking for that turning point, looking to get himself back into this game. This is more like the Michael Huntley of game number 1, when he did actually lose 4-1 to Carl Sneyd, rather than the improved performance we saw when he beat Colley. Beat Reese by the same scoreline of which he lost, 4-1.
62.
But just pulling at that shoulder a little bit now, that's just tension. And the tension is clearly evident there in the darts going wayward.
Just starting to pull them. Well, there's the two lads, Conor Heneghan and Justin Smith.
$60.
Yep, two players that have won on that stage. They've picked up weekly titles. I'm sure they're going to pick up more, but it's not going to be this evening. They're now going to watch on to see which one of the 3 players remaining will be picking up the Week 5 title here in Series 11. Carl Sneyd awaiting the winner of this match in the final. Carl Sneyd through to the final for the very first time, making good, steady progression here at the Super Series. And this is rapid progression. Mike Huntley leaves himself a finish after 15. Much, much more like it. That's going to get him competitive here in this semi-final.
$140.
Hamilton pressurises the shot. 8-8 though for Huntley. Takes it with his first dart and levels the match at 2 apiece.
Fifth leg only to throw first. Game on.
Just be pulling at his shirt a bit there. I don't know whether he's a bit hot and it's sticking maybe, or
100.
Or whether his shoulder is actually sore.
Tends to be sort of a nervous trait, doesn't it, when you start pulling at the shirt, and also something you do when you're very warm and sticky, because you can just, this material can just cling to you a little bit when you're starting to feel the heat.
Yeah, and you can see it's hot up there. You can see the beads of sweat on both players' brow. Like you say,
84.
the tension. The lights do give out some heat.
60.
Something the players are going to have to get used to, isn't it, over the next sort of couple of months. It gets very, very warm in this building during the summertime.
$84.
Well, he's clearly shaking that shoulder off.
121.
Well, recovers well there.
Timing.
139.
Gets himself down to a potential 2-darter. Lays down the marker here to Huntley, who is starting to raise his game. But the downside for Huntley is, as he's raising his game, so is Andy Hamilton. And there's not a lot of time in this game to get the breaker throw, of which he will need if Huntley is to book himself a place in the final. For Hammer, it's simple. He just needs 2 holds. Double 10 to make that 1.
74. Michael Yakar, 100.
Well, not to be. So Huntley now needs 60 tops. So 85 left. Treble 15 will be the target. Can't be found. So Andy coming
48.
back for double 10.
Undercard 20.
Double 5 now.
No stop.
When he can't find it.
Microcar 52.
Opportunities for Huntley.
Yeah, not the time to be going wayward there for the hammer. You can see what he thinks about that last dart. Huntley can't make the most of the opportunity. 2 darts to break, 2 darts for full control. We said earlier on there was a noteworthy miss for Huntley where he could have gone 2-0 up. That, right there, much more significant.
Game shot on the 5th leg, Andy Hamilton.
Well, you can tell what he thinks of that. Takes out the double
6th leg,
10.
Michael to throw first.
Moves into a 3-2 lead.
Game on.
And Mike has got it all to do. A must-win leg for him here.
He said something about this earlier on, didn't he, Andy Hamilton? He'll go up there, he'll give it his all. Sometimes it'll go, sometimes it won't. The consistency not quite there like it used to be. But it's not for the want of trying. You can just see what it means to Andy Hamilton,
60.
the passion he's still got, not just for this game, but also for winning. The desire to win is still strong.
Yeah, he's a very competitive opponent. And he loves the game. He really does love the game. And you can see his passion, the way he plays, the way he throws.
Great action.
Absolutely.
134. $60.
Huntley starting to make mistakes again. Somehow forced his way back into this game. But a missed opportunity for 2-0. A missed opportunity for 3-2.
100.
And that's what would make him ultimately very disappointed when it's time to go home. But if he is to lose this game here, I'm sure he'd be very, very
95.
proud in reflection in the long term when he looks back at another semi-final. Still plenty of darts to be thrown. And this leg finally in the balance. Andy Hamilton has missed 9 darts out the outer ring already, which may be enough to give Huntley some little bits of encouragement.
Needs to find a treble.
100. Undercard 73.
So 73. Double 8 for the match. And he finds it. Andy Hamilton will be going through to the final. A 4-2 victory against Mike Huntley. 85.46 for Andy. And a 77.24 for Michael. And there we have it. Our final is Carl Sneyd against Andy Hamilton. And that's coming up after the break.
Burnett's back, baby.
Team Wales.
Tops.
Game
Another
shot
breaker
third
throw.
leg. Team Wales. Game shot on the mark.
To seal a 4-2 success. To quiet down
shot
the English
on the
crowd.
Shake of the head there for Jimmy Van Ski as Richie Burnett steps up, and Richie Burnett does find double.
Yeah, Richie Burnett and Kurt Parry will be the Welsh pairing at International Pairs 2, and they will be looking to go one better. They were defeated by Jimmy Van Ski and Danny Van Tripe in the final last time out. So nation 5 of 12 that we are going to have here when that gets underway on the 25th of August. And you look at the lineup so far. Look, you've got Richie and Kurt representing Wales, same team as last time. Jimmy and Danny obviously defending the title for the Netherlands, as is only right. But you look at some of the other nations in there, there's something a little bit different, isn't there? Obviously the Canadians, Dawson Michelle we haven't seen for a while. Devon was involved in an interesting game this afternoon at the World Cup, and he'll be talking about that next week. And Andreas Harrison and Anton Östlund in there for Sweden.
I think the Swedish pair are really catching the eye, aren't they? They're a nation that are really developing. They're a nation that is very hard to select 2 players for. We've had this sort of same conversation with the World Cup that's ongoing at the moment about who represents Sweden as a nation, who are the best 2 Swedish players right now. It is very, very debatable. They are a very, very strong side.
And hey, Waterloo is a walk-on, as they did at the PDC World Cup this afternoon. That would be great if we could.
Waterloo?
Yeah, well, have you never heard of that song? I'm not going to sing it.
We talk about our trips then for a moment, yeah.
Shall we move on?
Yes.
Let's move on. We're actually live on telly, incredibly. Probably not for much longer. Anyway, let's get back to tonight and what we have seen on this Week 5 finals night. This link has gone so well, Matthew, so well. The semi-finals has seen Carl Sneyd get the better of Justin Smith by 4 legs to 3. Andy Hamilton getting the better of Michael Huntley by 4 legs to 2. Sneyd and Hamilton will go head-to-head in the final. Let's talk about the 2 semi-finals. So Carl Sneyd getting the better of Justin Smith in a last leg to side. And Carl has just seemingly got this ability, regardless of the circumstances, regardless of the game, he finds a way of getting through.
He's got one thing. He's got one real key attribute, and it's something you need to find success. That's composure. Composure, a way to get out of a situation. When he's not been playing his best, it doesn't affect him. When he's playing well, he doesn't get excited. It's clinical, it's composed, and that is why over the last 12 months, Carl Sneyd has started to pick up some good stuff. He's started to do well on the Challenge Tour. Not only that, but that Challenge Tour has started to get him some Pro Tour call-ups. And when he's been getting his Pro Tour call-ups, he's been doing quite well with them. He's gaining experience at a very rapid rate. And for me, the next thing for Carl Sneyd in his development is to pick up a Super Series title, and he's a game away from doing that.
What's been the keys to his improvement in your eyes?
Exactly, the composure. It's something that you can't really teach. You can teach people how to deal with situations, you can get them ready for certain situations, but to really get to that next step, you really need to have something inside, something to work with, a key attribute, and he's got that. And the one thing he's been lacking until now is experience and maybe even a little bit of confidence, because we heard Justin Smith speaking earlier, saying about how if he wins something, that it puts him in a good position for future things, such as the Challenge Tour. And I think Carl Sneyd's one of those sort of players that maybe now he's got something under his belt at this level, feels like he's one of the big hitters. And with that, it's very easy to go into that composed nature, which is his key attribute.
Did Justin Smith's luck run out in that game?
Yeah, Justin Smith's not been at it tonight, has he? When you look at the way the night's gone, he was watching a game earlier on, wasn't he? Andy Hamilton and Conor Heneghan, where there were so many different score lines that could have eliminated him. And 1 minute he's wanting Conor to win, then it's Andy. It worked out well for him. But I just think maybe that game came a little bit too quick. Because if you're sat watching the screen, because you're thinking, well, I might not even be in the semi-final. Do you practice? And then the danger is, if you stand practicing and just sort of hoping you're in, are you then opening yourself up to that disappointment? Sometimes you've got to commit. And I don't think Justin did. I think he was sort of sat back, just sort of waiting for the chance, and then ultimately you got to try and flip it on like a light switch. We can't do that.
What about the other semi-final, Andy Hamilton against Michael Huntley? It felt a little bit edgy, I think, if the truth be told.
It didn't deliver, but for Andy Hamilton it did. Andy Hamilton's experienced enough to know that it's not about averages, it's about winning matches. It's about getting to 4 legs, and he did. He'll be quite happy in a sense that it worked out the way it did. I mean, we all want to be involved in these great games, but at the same aspect, we don't mind going up against someone who's not performing and taking the win. It's all about the wins, and he's a leg away now from putting another title on that incredible CV.
And then in terms of Michael, will it feel like progress for him this week, getting through to the Saturday, getting through to the semis?
Right now, no. Right now, I'll be disappointed. He had a lot of opportunities. He should have been 2-0 up. He should have been 3-2 up. You know, those 2 legs, he wins one of those, he's in a very good position. However, in reflection, in a week's time, in a few days' time, reaching the semi-finals, maybe when the money hits the bank account, that's when Michael Huntley will look at this and go, actually, that was a good week. I did well. I've repeated my personal best. Now the case is, do we see him get into a final? Can he get there? I'm sure he'll get more opportunities in the future, but he needs to learn from tonight because he lost composure.
So let's look ahead to the final then. It's a meeting between Carl Sneyd and Andy Hamilton. Carl's won all 3 meetings against Andy this week, but is it also fair to say that that's a completely different thing, that the Group A Andy's been a different animal to the one that we've seen tonight?
Yeah, and it's a different scenario as well. The importance, it's not for 2 points on a Monday afternoon. This is for £5,000 and a place in Champions Week. Look at the journey. Champions Week, £25,000. ADC Global Championship, £60,000. This is a pathway now and a clear route to some big events that Carl Sneyd's not experienced before, and I'm sure would love the opportunity to do so. Andy Hamilton always looking for one last hurrah. The big thing here for Hamilton, though, is in these games where he's needed a big performance, he's done it tonight. He demonstrated it. 100 average when he needed the win against Heneghan. He steps it up. I wouldn't be surprised to see him step it up again. But last week, we picked Carl Sneyd out at 7-1. We said what value that is. You've got to stick with Carl Sneyd, I think, to take this one.
And not to sound dramatic, it could potentially be a game worth £90,000. Win this week, win Champions Week, win the Global Championship. That's what's at stake. Now, all 8 games tonight have gone with the darts. Carl Sneyd has won the bullseye. That probably further confirms your thinking, doesn't it?
It gives him a slight advantage, it does. I think when we look back and we go through the results so far and we go, well, it's all gone with the throw, I think that's a little bit roulette when we go red and black and we go, oh, it's been 8 reds, but it's a slight advantage. That advantage, though, could very quickly turn because, yes, you've got the throw, you come out, you have a nervy opening leg, you get broken. Hamilton throwing them for a 2-0 lead. So it's got its pros and its cons, but certainly in this situation, you'd want to have the throw. It's a tiny advantage. Depends how he handles that opening leg.
What would be your case for Andy Hamilton in this final?
Experience. And what is Carl Sneyd going to be like when the finishing line comes into sight? That would be my biggest question mark. When the finishing line is in sight, can he keep that composure? Can he cross the line? Because inevitably, if he carries on the way he has, he's going to get opportunities.
Well, it should be an interesting final, that's for sure. Matt, thank you for your company as ever. And get the ABBA playlist out on Spotify on the journey back home. You'll see some decent stuff. Right, you definitely won't. Time for the final. It's Carl Sneyd against Andy Hamilton.
For the match, tops. And he finds it with his 3rd dart. Double 8 for the match. And he finds it.
So here we go. Time for the final as Carl Sneyd takes on Andy Hamilton for the 5th place through to Champions Week in Series 11. Well, he may not know his ABBA, but he knows a lot about darts, does Matthew Edgar, and he has joined Trina Gulliver in the commentary box. My, Trina, what did you make of that?
Well, I don't know what to say. Here we go. Cole Sneyd, then the 38-year-old from Oldham, takes on Andy Hamilton, the 58-year-old from Stoke-on-Trent. The final of Series 11, Week 5.
The signs are up, the placards are up. The crowd divided. Is it going to go the way of Carl Sneyd, taking part in his first ever final here at the Super Series? A chance to add to the CV that he is building this year, including Challenge Tour success.
Hang on, ladies and gentlemen, boys
There
and
is the
girls.
Carl Sneyd
First leg,
section.
Carl to throw first. Game
Come on,
on.
Daddy. Can he cross the line for the first time? He's got his hands full here, though. Andy Hamilton has been here. He has found success. He has won a week before. And it's not just success here, success around the world has followed Andy Hamilton very
16.
nearly in the biggest one of them all, the World Championship, the Alexandra Palace, going down to Adrian Lewis in 2012. But what's going to win the day? The composure and the consistency of Carl Sneyd, or the
97.
experience of Andy Hamilton?
I think it's going to be a tight game.
140.
You got a selection in this way? You was Andy Hamilton, wasn't you, at the start of the night? Are you sticking with the hammer?
I'm going to, yes. I can't back out on him now.
Can't change your mind
57.
halfway through. Carl Sneyd was my selection, so we're going head to head here in the commentary box as well with
Yeah.
our picks.
Let's not fall out now.
95.
It's only a game of darts.
And the game of darts is for that, their trophy and medal combination. Not only that, £5,000 and the golden ticket through to Champions Week. Jeff Smith, Shane McGurk,
100.
Scott Taylor and John O'Shea already had their hands on that silverware. Already waiting for the big £25,000 showdown.
Well, Carl, a 106 finish.
60. Carl 106.
And he'll have 6 from here as Andy 187. Tops then for the first leg
He's on
of
the
the
first leg,
match, and he
Sneyd.
takes it. 15 dart leg there from Carl Sneyd.
Second leg, Andy to throw
And that was the
first.
leg I was
Game on.
questioning. That was the leg where I was wondering what it'll be like for Carl Sneyd. If there was going to be anything nervy or edgy, it was going to be there. And he goes off with a 15 darter, and I like what we just saw there. Little look over to the family. Maybe good to have the younger children in as well.
59.
Yeah. Give us a wave.
She's that engrossed with the action, looking around the room, looking at the lights.
100.
He's thinking, that's my daddy up there.
Can just sort of take away the intensity of things as well.
134.
This is quality though for
140.
Carl Sneyd. Never been at this stage before. Matters nothing right now in this moment.
Yeah, he's looking composed.
78.
Well, picks off the treble 19 there. Can he find the treble for a
60.
finish? He can't this time.
Okay. Well, that was Justin Smith's sign. I'm not sure what
64.
it meant though. Have you got any insight to what that was about there, trainer?
I don't know. Maybe odds?
Looked like he just got a bit happy with a pen.
52.
Or was Connor asking for a half at the bar?
Well, back to the stage.
63.
Andy Hamilton has not got himself down to a two-darter here.
$79 left.
95. Andy Carr, 103.
Leaves himself 54. If he returns, the hammer now with 103. 52 left. Double 16 then. Oh,
85.
slips out.
Carr,
goes into the double 7.
Yeah, just lifted on the grip there. Didn't have it set right in the hand. Ended up lifting the arm up. The dart dived low.
Game shown the second
And in
leg.
the semi-final, this same sort of scenario happened. Huntley had a couple of darts to go 2-0 up against Andy Hamilton, and he didn't cash it in. Carl Sneyd has.
Game on.
Andy Hamilton now in big trouble. Sneyd halfway to his first ever title here at the Super Series. And he's finding that treble 20
100.
with regularity. A big gap appearing in the averages as well. Around about 12 points and growing.
Yeah, struggling.
23.
Finding the treble 1 segment and not being able to recover when he switches to 19s.
And as the experienced player, he'd have been hoping to come out and really serve it up to Carl Sneyd, make him think, make him panic. But right now, all he's doing is offering encouragement to Carl Sneyd to make Carl believe that this is his night. This is everything that Carl Sneyd would have dreamt of up until this point.
140.
Well, we all know the hammer though. It never gives up.
40.
Can produce his best darts when his back's against the wall.
That was the attribute that made you pick him on Friday, wasn't it? Going into Group C when it was a little bit off the pace and ended up winning the campaign.
Yeah, exactly that. And
134.
Just picking off them treble 19s. Try and find a way through. Get some scoring power behind him.
100.
Carl leaves himself 164.
Yeah, first to a finish, Sneyd. It is on the Carl Sneyd throw. Hamilton, if he's going to win this game, is going to need to find 2 breaks of throw.
46.
There's that loose dart again.
Carl 164.
The third thrown in frustration.
Frustration without accuracy as well. Offering Sneyd
60.
Again, a
Andy
little bit of breathing room.
158.
But for the very first time this evening, Carl Sneyd looking a little bit uncomposed there. Maybe you can see the opportunity. A chance to pounce here on the hammer. He will be back 104 for a 3-0 lead.
96.
To give himself
Carl
plenty of
104.
opportunities to get his first weekly title. That's a great marker.
But he can't find it. Bit of a loose one
85.
from Carl.
Andy Carr 62.
62 then for Hamilton to break the throw of Sneyd. Finds a treble 10, needs the double 16 and
Game
finds
shot the
it.
third leg, Andy Hamilton.
There's a leg on the board. And like I say, a break of throw.
Fourth leg Andy to through first.
2-1
Game
Sneyd.
on.
That's the important thing, isn't it? The breaker throw for Andy Hamilton. Sneyd just broke the throw, got himself in front, It's opened up a little bit of a cushion. Hamilton takes it straight back. And that is what he needs to do. Really serve it up to Carl. See if Carl can hold his nerve.
Well, fires in a 180. Beginning of this leg.
60.
He's asking the question here. In fact, Andy Hamilton has now got the higher average of the two. Not long ago, we was talking about Carl Sneyd, 12, 14 points higher in the averages. And within the matter of a couple of throws,
96.
Andy Hamilton now 4 points better than his opponent, which tells us two things. Carl Sneyd's performance is starting to dip, while Andy Hamilton's is starting to raise significantly.
134. $96. $100. Under your car, 129.
Is it quite a long wrap then?
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Well, what a shot there by Hamilton. Double-double.
Fifth leg Calder through first. Game on.
2 double 18s.
129 finish, a 12 darter. Quality finishing from the pair. Carl Sneyd gave himself a bit of a cushion, gave himself some breathing room. Maybe doesn't like that. Maybe prefers a nitty-gritty battle because he's back in the scoring again here. Level game, best of 3 for £5,000.
And that 12 dart leg.
134.
From Hamilton. Carl averaging 93.27 at the moment. Andy 89.85.
45.
Which means Sneyd's average is once again 6 points better than Andy Hamilton. It is
43.
a complete seesaw of a match.
Now's Carl's daughter. Watching Daddy on stage.
$140. $100.
Much better leg this from Sneyd. 12 darts thrown down to a 2-dart combination. Forcing the hammer to have to find a maximum here. He's found one already in this game. This would be timed to perfection. Oh, look at this from Andy Hamilton.
140. Color car 84.
84 then for Carl. Finds a treble 20. Double 12. Double 6 then.
78. Under your
Just
car,
why is it? So chance
118.
for Hamilton to break the throw again with this 118.
Treble 16 ball. That's an interesting
47.
play, that one from Andy Hamilton.
class
Maybe
6.
just looking for the open target. Didn't like
Game
the
shot on the fifth
lie
leg,
of
Carl
the
Sneyd.
Spurs start blocking up the treble 20. Carl Sneyd says thank you very much. He's a leg
Six leg
away.
Andy to throw first. Game on.
He's got a spring in his step. I think that hug's getting a little bit tighter, isn't it, as the finishing line's starting to come into sight.
$57.
What a time to fire in your first maximum of this final for Carl Sneyd. Andy Hamilton opened without a treble. Carl Sneyd serving it up to him. Doesn't want to wait for a last leg shootout. Wants to get the job done here and now.
Now what can Andy reply with?
140.
Not quite a max, but it is a good reply. Picks off the treble 19 with his last start.
You can see every single treble live in the moments. We've praised him so much for his composure, but you can forgive him for coming outside of that bubble in this scenario. He's potentially 6 starts away from his first ever win on the Super Series stage.
$91.
Well, that's a good pick off there.
Becoming very aware of the situation, isn't he? Looking straight over to the scoreboard. Starting to get drawn in, starting to believe. But Andy Hamilton is not going to give him an easy ride. He said he will fight till the very end, and he won't go down without trying. This is a super ending to this game.
Cracking darts there from Hamilton
59.
to leave himself on tops. And this to level the match.
In a week that we've had where everything's been tight in all the groups and all the games, it was only fitting and it's only right that the final goes down to a one-leg shootout. And how much does Carl Sneyd winning that bullseye mean to the final result of this game?
Yeah, he must get off to a good start.
$57.
Well, that's not what he wanted. So if Hamilton can pressurise that shot, it opens all the doors again.
$140.
And that's going to hurt.
Yeah, cashing in the chance. Asks the question to Carl Sneyd, who needs to find something very similar.
60.
No treble. That advantage of the throw of which he won in the back room is just handed now to Andy Hamilton, provided the hammer can find at least one treble.
60.
He can't.
Everything just amplifies, doesn't it, in this scenario? One leg to get your hands on the prize.
59.
And at the moment, Carl trebleless.
$100.
Manages to find one and then finds another.
Fancied the lie there, didn't he, Andy Hamilton? A lot of people would have looked at the 25 on the ball with that last start, but he just knew with the behaviour of his darts he could power into them and leave himself
65.
something very handy
61.
here to get his hands on that trophy. 61 more points for Andy Hamilton to pick up his second weekly title.
Takes his time. Gives it a good look. Tops required for the match.
21.
Carl Sneyd will be hoping for a dart at the same target here. Match opportunity for Carl Sneyd. But he needs to keep straight and he needs to find a treble to get a dart at the same target Andy Hamilton has just missed. Treble 20. Doesn't find it.
40.
And a crazy last start there for Carl Sneyd. Potentially a bit of a throwaway. If Andy Hamilton missed this, he may regret that choice.
Game, shot, on the match. And the winner of the Modus Super Series, 30-11, Week 5, the Hammer, Andy Hamilton.
Doesn't have to regret the choice, doesn't get the opportunity to come back because Andy Hamilton is once again in the winner's enclosure here at the Live Lounge. A second weekly title for Andy Hamilton. The fingers are on the trophy, £5,000, and the title of Series 11 Week 5 winner goes on to the glittering CV of that man who is just enjoying his darts, and a happy Andy Hamilton is a dangerous Andy Hamilton. He books his place in Champions Week. He'll be playing there alongside Jeff Smith of Canada, previous winner Scott Taylor, John O'Shea and Shane McGurk, and that is how he did it. What a performance it was in the end for Andy Hamilton. Checkout percentage of 4 from 6, that was the key factor there. An average of 94.11 sees Andy Hamilton pick up his second weekly title, and we're going to be hearing from him alongside Henry Deacon.
He is a very happy man indeed, Andy Hamilton. Many, many congratulations. We've said all week about your battling qualities. Was that personified in that final there?
Without a doubt. I was probably the underdog to win that game. I come back strong, and you know what? I love Colley to bits. He's a genuine guy, and I think the finalists tonight were the right two in that final tonight. Love that man, but also I love myself more.
Absolutely. I mean, from 2-0 behind, was it just a case of just digging away, and hoping that opportunities fall your way?
I don't think I deserve to be 2-0 down. I always do the same thing. I just play darts, and whatever comes up top of me, I'll do it. If I win, I win. If I lose, the better man won.
Second title here in the last 3 appearances. I know the first one meant a lot to you. What does this one mean?
This is so much sweeter. I don't know why, but my time in life, I'm enjoying darts, I'm getting results, and just means so much to me, this does.
So Champions Week next. For you, is it a case of perhaps doing yourself a little bit more justice, try and get through to the Champions Night, or are you just going to enjoy this ride for what it's worth?
Andy's Andy. Put the back against the wall, I'll fight, and I will still enjoy it.
Do you want to lift that trophy again?
We are going to have this beauty.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Week 5 champion, the Hammer, Andy Hamilton! You beauty, he says. Andy cherishing the moment. Andy, many congratulations. We'll see you in Champions Week in a few moments' time. I look forward to seeing you there. We're going to bring Matthew Edgar and Trina Gulliver on stage for some closing thoughts on the week that we've seen. I'll bring you guys, well, after Andy has a couple of words with Trina Gulliver and Matthew Edgar going to come in and join me on stage now. Great to see you both again. We've spoken all week about Andy Hamilton being a battler, and he showed all those qualities in that final from 2-0 down.
It's enjoying the game, isn't he? When you're enjoying the game, you can play it well. He's playing with no pressure. You know, he knows that the days of playing World Championship finals are gone, but he's still got the hunger and the desire to win. And you can see that coming through. That game with Conor Heneghan earlier, when he had the 100 average, was exceptional. And that's just when you're enjoying, you're happy, and you're just taking it all in your stride.
How much credit does that have to be said? The fact that after so many years, and Andy's had so many battles on the hockey, that there's still that fire in the belly as if he's set foot on a stage for the first time.
Yeah, well, it's experience, isn't it? And he's got plenty of it, and that's proved really important tonight, and he's come through and won it.
That one's going to hurt Carl a little bit, isn't it? Particularly the fact he opened up a 2-0 lead.
It was leg 6. Andy Hamilton goes off without a treble. Carl Sneyd opens with a maximum. That's the leg where I thought he was going to go on to do it, but Andy Hamilton dug deep, got himself through that one. The last leg, that's the one that will probably sting. That's the one he'll probably remember the most due to the fact he couldn't find a treble with the opening 6, gave Andy Hamilton the advantage early on. But for me, it was the leg before.
In terms of Champions Week, he's the 5th name through. It's stacked with big names. If Andy plays to the top of his game, how do you reckon he could fare at Champions Week?
He's got every chance, of course he has. And, you know, if he shows the same grit and determination that he has this week, absolutely.
Well, it'll be interesting to see Andy Hamilton taking the acclaim, that is for sure. Everybody wanting their pictures taken with him. Just quickly, I'll ask the same question to you. We've got about 30 seconds left. Looking at the Champions League field so far, is this the strongest one we've had?
Oh, without a doubt. We've got some great names in there. Scott Taylor won this before. John O'Shea, World Masters champion. Shane McGurk, WDF World champion, reigning world champion. So absolutely, name value, it's stacked.
Any favourites for you, or is it tight?
No, I'm not even going to go there. It is stacked, like he said, and could be anybody's.
Trina, Matt, thank you so much for your company. Thank you for your company at home. Plenty coming up, though, across Pluto TV over the coming days. Coming up once we're done, pranking darts players, where we play, well, it is on the tin, pranking dart players and playing some jokes on them. Then the On the Hockey series returns tomorrow. That's with the darts referee, famous YouTuber. And then the Tungsten Talk centres around Paul Nicholson. That's tomorrow from 5 to 7, which is about appropriate because Paul Nicholson's going to join himself in the commentary box for Monday morning to see the return of Peter Ritchuri here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Neil Duff's going for another weekly title here as well. It gets underway 9:30 on Monday morning. Well, it's been quite the night. Matt, Trina, thank you so much for your company as ever. We're here at the Live Lounge. It was hammer time. Hamilton made of the tough stuff. We'll see you Monday morning. Take care. Bye-bye for now.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!